event is sponsored by the Diversity and Equity Working Group of the Communications Equity and Diversity Council, or CEDC. This is an FCC Federal Advisory Committee. My name is Diana Coho, and I'm here to welcome you as one of the federal officers facilitating this effort. The forum will explore digital upskilling and the current landscape with multiple perspectives on how the workplace is evolving to ensure that historically underserved populations will benefit from next generation technologies. The program includes several panels and in-depth conversations with experts about challenges to full equitable workforce participation and representation, how to provide equitable access to upskilling opportunities, digital resources, and access to the future workforce pipeline, private and public partnerships, and initiatives or potential opportunities to build these partnerships with local, state, and federal governments, as well as tribal nations, and the role of non-traditional community anchor institutions, as well as how to best measure and track progress and report on that progress at the local, regional, and national levels to ensure the workforce. Please email your questions throughout the day to livequestions@fcc.gov. After the panels conclude, additional speakers will review available resources, discuss next steps, and how the work group will use today's dialogue to create recommendations to the FCC. Thanks to everyone who worked so hard to make today's forum possible. Chairwoman Rosenworcel, everyone on the work group, the CEDC leadership, our designated federal officer, Jamila Best Johnson, and Aurelie Matthew, attorney advisor from the Wireline Competition Bureau. I now turn the mic over with a big thank you to Chris Woods, the executive director of LGBT Technology and Partnership Institute and the chair of the CEDC's Diversity and Equity Working Group. Chris?
Diana, thank you so much. I would also like to take a moment to thank everyone for being here today. Our group has put together a lot of work into this forum today, and so thank you so much for being here with us. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to Chairwoman Rosenworcel, our directed federal officers, Jamila Best Johnson, Diana Coho, Ardarine, as well as our chair, Heather Gate, our vice chairs, Susan Allen and Nicole Turner-Lee, and most certainly last but not least, our co-leads of every single one of the working groups who have tirelessly that we are putting together the best program and really diving deep into the work. I'd also like to thank all of the members of the working groups for all of their hard work, their countless hours, as every single one of them is a volunteer. And so we really thank them for their time, effort, and energy to bring together not only the forum that you're seeing today, but also the tremendous amount of work leading up to this and the written work that will follow this. When we set out on this journey, we really wanted to make sure that we were looking deep into the many communities around the United States, rural, urban, different states around the country, different territories, and ensuring that we were really looking at community organizations, local grassroots organizations that were doing the work on the ground and really making a difference in people's lives. Every single day, these communities are finding innovative, unique ways to ensure that they are connecting their communities either by getting them online or teaching them digital skills. And those are not just through the traditional pathways that many of us may know. We have our schools, which are important. We have our colleges, which are important, but it may not be the touch point that necessarily everybody goes through, especially if you're halfway through your career or changing a career. It may be a community-based organization, a non-traditional anchor institution, which becomes that touch point for you to really change your direction, learn a new skill, or really, again, digitally upskill yourself into a new job. So today's conversation is going to be extremely important, and we're going to touch on all kinds of different areas. And I'm really excited today to bring this forum to you together. Without further ado, I would like to, and I have the absolute honor of introducing Chairwoman Rosenworcel, the FCC Chairwoman. Um, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for opening remarks.
Thank you, Chris, for that introduction, and thank everyone for joining us here for today's forum. Now, Chris and his team have put together a really outstanding program for you with a remarkably deep lineup of experts from across government, the private sector, and the public interest community. So thank you to everyone who's presenting today, and thank you to everyone on the Diversity and Equity Working Group for making this happen. Now, this impressive array of speakers is not the only thing that jumped out at me about your agenda today. I also appreciated that it is so action-oriented. Historically, the CEDC has been an advisory group. In fact, advisory was literally the first word in this group's name for years. Before we upgraded it to the council, this was actually called the Advisory Committee on Diversity and Digital Empowerment. And look, policy advice is still a major part of what you do. For example, the full CEDC has been an invaluable contributor to the Commission's work to craft rules to curb digital discrimination under the bipartisan infrastructure law. But I really love how the CEDC is increasingly looking beyond policy to pursue actionable, tangible ways to boost diversity and equity in the tech sector, offering really practical solutions, and those include for both employers and employees. And that's what today's forum on upskilling is all about. So this is the right forum, the right issue at the right time. And for starters, I want to acknowledge that we all understand that promoting greater diversity is a win-win for businesses and workers. Every one of us who's here today has seen the studies. We don't need to belabor them. We know organizations do better and perform better when they have diverse talent. Now, I think this is especially important when it comes to the tech and telecom sector, because right now, employment in this sector does not look like the first full diversity of this country. Again, all of us have seen the studies, but I bet a whole bunch of us here know what that feels like personally, know what it's like to be the only one in the room who looks different, the only person of color, the only woman. Believe me, as the first woman confirmed to lead the FCC, I understand in my bones, and I am impatient to make some change. I'm impatient for some real action. And that's why what you're doing today and the way you're doing it is so important and so meaningful. Because upskilling is a way to help grow the economy and expand the diversity of our workforce. Providing workers with continuous training and development opportunities, we can change what gets developed, by whom, and where that change takes place. Listen, to me, that's compelling on its own. But now also think about the biggest challenges facing workers, businesses, and the broader economy. You've got tight labor markets. Companies need talent with the right skills if they want to keep growing. Investments in effective ways to help close that skills gap. Plus, for years, people have been talking about the need to develop skills to future-proof our jobs from automation. And that automated future, I don't know about you, but it feels like it is getting closer and closer with all the talk of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and even things like ChatGPT. But the truth is that the need for upskilling goes beyond the tech and telecom sector. It's increasingly vital for workers seeking to get ahead anywhere in the digital age. In fact, I'm really struck by this. The World Economic Forum looked at the changing nature of work globally, estimated that more than half of all employees around the world may need to upskill or reskill by 2025. The economy is changing so fast. Work is changing so fast. The bottom line is upskilling is no longer just nice to do. It is increasingly need to do for everyone, everywhere. So the good news is that today we've got some of the best experts anywhere to talk about how the US can provide digital and technology upskilling. They're going to discuss resources to help upskill and create a more diverse workforce. And we're going to learn from folks at local organizations and regional institutions what they are doing to address upskilling, and just as importantly, what more needs to be done. So I appreciate everyone who worked to make this forum possible. And I want to give a special shout out to the FCC staff who support the council, especially Jamila Best Johnson, Aurelie Mathieu, and Diana Coho. Finally, a big thank you to everyone who's in the audience who wants to learn and wants to work on these issues today and going forward. Now let's get to work. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. It's an honor to have you here today, and thank you so much for your opening remarks. I know your leadership in this area, starting from closing the homework gap to ensuring that everyone is connected, has been steadfast and unwavering. So thank you for that, and thank you for your commitment to ensuring that every American has an equal opportunity to participate in our society. With that, I think it's important, and one of the things that I think I heard the Chairwoman say is that when you have diversity in, you get diversity out. And that's an important step for everyone, that ensuring that everyone has a seat at the table. Because when you are able to have those voices around the table, the diverse voices, then the product, whatever that may be, whether it's in education or it's a new company or a new product, at the end of the day, it will be full of new ideas, diverse ideas that will serve a greater population. I think our next speaker and one of our opening speakers is a really good example of that, with an esteemed career in ensuring that they are really talking about the voices of the future workspace. She has a deep knowledge of technological trends that are transforming organizations and human capital infrastructure necessary for corporations to maintain competitiveness. It really is built into every single piece of her work and really into her DNA. Without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Angela Jackson.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Chris. I have just really been excited to watch the work that the FCC has been leading, and under the Chairwoman Rosenworcel's leadership, the FCC has been elevating the urgent need to close the digital divide, which is critical if we're going to actually close the opportunity gap that exists in the future of work. As mentioned, I'm Dr. Angela Jackson. In my role as CEO, Chief Executive Officer of Future Forward Strategies, and a lecturer at Harvard University, the Graduate School of Education, my work is really trying to understand the labor market and how it's going to disproportionately impact folks who are most disconnected from the labor force. I've had a front row view into how the pandemic has transformed our workforce, from the shift to remote work, for the war on talent, and to the great resignation. I've seen how these have had disproportionate impacts on the most marginalized workers. And if we're thinking about an equitable future of work, we're going to need to make sure that we are solving for this. And what that brings me today is to the talk that I want to have with you around how do we close the gaps and have a more equitable workforce. It was during the pandemic that I launched an initiative that was called the Future of Work Grand Challenge. We partnered with philanthropy. We partnered with corporations like JP Morgan Chase, Comcast, Google, Walmart, to really think about how we could reskill job seekers who were impacted by COVID. How when they had jobs that were literally wiped out by the pandemic, how we could reskill them into jobs with new careers with living wages. We had an ambitious goal of training and placing 25,000 workers into living wage jobs in 6 months. We had over 1,200 companies and innovators share their training solutions and job opportunities to get these people back to work. I had the honor of seeing the private sector, innovators, and workforce boards take on the challenge that President Biden gave us and gave the country to build back better. So this story really brings me to my theme of the talk today, which is closing the opportunity gap in the future of work. What I'm going to talk about today are really 3 emerging trends and questions that we should be thinking about as promising practices that have the potential to close the opportunity gap in the future of work. When we think about these are trends that we should be thinking about in our offices, whether you are a chief executive, a CEO, or if you are an HR leader. These are themes that you should be going back and talking to your colleagues about. If you work in policy or a legislator, you should be thinking about these in terms of going back to your teams. Again, these are based on trends that we saw from over 1,200 leaders who are thinking about how to get the most marginalized people, the workers who have the most barriers into employment, who've been traditionally overlooked, back into the workforce. So I'll address these themes in really three questions that we will look at. The first question that we're thinking about here is, how does a tight labor market benefit talent that has been traditionally overlooked? The second theme that we're going to look at and really think about is, once you have a tight labor market, how are workers who are skilled through alternative routes, how could that movement actually help workers who, again, have the most barriers to employment? The third theme that we're going to look at and question is, how do innovators and public sector partnerships have a role in partnering in radical ways to bring new opportunities to bear to populations at scale? Populations who the chairwoman mentioned have unfortunately been disconnected by all of the benefits that have been brought by by the future of work. So let's start with the first question: how a tight labor market benefits traditionally underserved populations. I'd like to start with a case study of Arena Analytics, which is a company that's based in Boston. What they saw are that many employers are sharing the same talent acquisition strategy, really looking to offer bonuses and other incentives to attract the best employees. Many times this is calling buying talent, where they're looking for the talent that has the best degrees to fit into their companies. But in a tight labor market, this becomes less financially feasible. And what we're seeing are more and more executives that are being open to sourcing talent from untraditional ways. There's a study now out by the Gartner Institute that says talent shortages is the #1 risk that is actually impacting companies today. These talent shortages are really making labor market, and they're making shortage of manufacturing materials. In working with employers, Arena Analytics platforms uses predictive analytics to help employers better discover and retain talent while mitigating bias in the hiring process. They worked with a multi-care site in the Northwest, a healthcare system that was challenged both to staff their hospitals and ambulatory career centers. What they were able to do was to help this center find new talent by using their platform to reach out to communities, to reach out to non-traditional talent, to look beyond a degree and to find talent who could apply. The results were astounding. They had 20% more applicants. They had higher retention rates. And this whole program was paid for out of the operating budget because the health system actually saved $20 million by having better placed talent, better sourcing talent, and having them stay longer. The case study of Arena working with this public health system is realizing that in healthcare, when we have these shortages, we have community members who can fill them. If one, they know that these jobs exist, and two, if they're giving the opportunity to train for them. The second case study that I would like to talk about is a company called Charger Help. Charger Help is very interested because they actually train people to be electric car charging vehicle technicians. The one reason why I think this is a phenomenal case study is, one, who knew that that was a job? And two, who knew it was a job that pays upwards of $175 an hour? What Charger Help did was they actually created the role, the job of an electric car charging station vehicle technician. They successfully petitioned to have a new ONET code created for it. And this is a job that doesn't require a 4-year degree. Charger Help is training former Lyft and Uber drivers to fill these roles. And what's happened with Charger Help as a company, they have recently raised over $20 million from venture capital and also philanthropy to actually expand their reach nationwide and to make sure that they continue to target workers and job seekers who have the most barriers. Keeping on this trend, another partnership that I'd like to highlight and theme that I would like to highlight is just the impact that we can have from innovators working and innovating in our public systems. The first organization I'd like to highlight is Future Fit AI. They worked with the state of Connecticut and their Connecticut Connect, one of the state's premier job programs, to actually source talent in new ways, working with the state's workforce boards, using and creating employer directed pathways. They had employers who came to the table and made a job commitment and said, if you can train employees, job seekers, on our specific proprietary technology and trainings, we will commit to hiring over 8,000 workers. This program launched in December, and to date, with a goal of training and placing 8,500 people, to date, they've had over 4,000 job seekers register. They've trained over 2,500 workers. And the workers that they're training are predominantly Black and Brown. These workers, a large percentage of them did not have a job before they, and a lot of them were not making a living wage. This partnership with industry, employers guaranteeing employment, and actually tying training to the skills that employers need is a promising practice. The last example I'd like to share is Block Power. Block Power is an organization that is really leading on the charge of greening buildings, making more buildings green, and also democratizing access to green jobs. They have a phenomenal partnership with New York City, where they are investing in areas and greening buildings in areas that have predominantly been plagued by violence and gun violence and gang violence. What they have done is use their partnership to not only green the buildings in this community, but to also train the community workers to be HVAC techs, to be cloud engineers, to do this work in a way that actually brings work and dignity and living wages to the community, while also making the environments that these people live in more green and more sustainable. To date, they've impacted over 438 buildings. People go through their cohort, and they're continuing to grow. That's the last example I'm going to leave you with, and we're going to share the slides that show you these different case studies after this talk. But I'd like to leave you with three things that we should be thinking about. The first is, how do we leverage this tight labor market? The second thing that we want to think about is how we can take people who are skilled through alternative routes for different jobs and to place them into jobs that have a living wage, that are in demand in the future of work, similar to the career career charger example that I gave. And last, we need innovators to innovate and see the public systems and government as a place to deploy their technologies. In the example of Future Fit AI and Black Power. Together, we know, and we don't have a crystal ball, we don't know what the future will bring, but we know if we have this radical partnerships that you're bringing industry, you're bringing innovators, and you're bringing the public systems together in service of non-traditional and underestimated workers, we know that we can have a future that works for all, and that we can finally close some of these opportunity gaps that we see in the future of work. Thank you so much for your time today. And if you want to be in touch, please reach out to me at Dr. Angela Jackson at Future Forward Strategies. Thank you.
Dr. Jackson, thank you so much. I think what you brought up is so important, and the fact that you brought examples to the table of how it's being done and how it's innovating across the country. I mean, some of these numbers are incredible in the fact that you're able to really connect people who otherwise December, I assume that program started December 2022. Am I correct in understanding?
That's correct. And it just shows that the appetite is there when you bring awareness of these opportunities to the community. The disconnect is we've got innovators and jobs are being created real time. These are not jobs that you are taught in high school or college. So how do you find out about them? And so it's so important that these innovators who are literally creating the future of work, for them to go into our public systems and really close that information asymmetry.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for taking the time today, bringing this to us, and we will absolutely be sharing those slides at the conclusion of today's event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
We're just getting started, and we're already talking about creating new jobs. 4,000 people who have signed up, 2,500 people who have actually gone through training, and that's just touching the surface here, not to mention several other programs that Dr. Jackson outlined. And that's just one space in one area over a couple different industries, some industries that didn't even exist a couple years ago. So I think with that, I'm gonna turn it over to one of my co-leads who has done a great job in helping us pull together today's event. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the president and CEO of Alvanza, who really built her entire organization from the ground up, who has a deep knowledge of her community across the country, and how important it is to ensure that their voice is heard, not only in public policy, but ensuring that they have opportunities to work and continue to grow in different fields and different industries across the country. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Rosa Mendoza, the moderator of our next panel.
Thank you, Chris, for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. As Chris mentioned, my name is Rosa Mendoza, and I'm the president and CEO of Alvanza. I'm also a member of the FCC's Diversity and Equity Working Group. I'm glad you all could join us today for what I know it's going to be a very important conversation about the future of work. We have all seen how innovation can transform every aspect of our lives, the ways we work, learn, and the ways they can empower underserved communities through educational and economic opportunity and improve health outcomes. And today we are joined by industry thought leaders who will answer important questions about the changes and, about the challenges and benefits that come along with technological change. Our goal is to find ways to prepare underserved communities for future changes and challenges. And now I would like to introduce our panelists. I will not read their bios, but you can find those online if you're interested in learning more about our speakers. Our first speaker is Bridget Daniel Corbin, CEO, Vulcan Electronics Systems. Welcome, Bridget. Our second panelist is Andrew Soley, Director of Public Interest Technology, New America. Welcome, Andrew. And Antonio Tijerino, President and CEO of the Hispanic Heritage Foundation. Welcome, Tony. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm going to go straight into our questions as we only have a short panel. The first question for all of you is, what is the future of work, and why is this an important subject? I will start with you, Tony.
Thank you so much, Rosa. So the future work to me is where we're going in terms of, for instance, how robotics, cognitive AI, and other technologies can be done with smart machines. In other words, how the work can be done. Two, to me, is who's going to do the work. So how do we go between leveraging the talent we have with developing the talent we need, and where are we going to find that talent without excluding anyone? And three, to me, is the workplace. What does that look like? COVID accelerated everything, and now we're in a different starting place, especially in light of new ways to team without boundaries, leveraging the current and new technology. So, and where workers have a bigger say in terms of how they want to work and where they want to work, and often prioritizing a balance in their lives. What we found out, especially during the Great Resignation, is that the power was actually in the workforce, not in the work structure, as it's been for hundreds of years, it seems. So a revolution happened without unions or protest in the last couple of years. And we have to just keep adapting to include our different communities. I just want to mention that almost 80% of new jobs will be filled by Latino example, and our country is heading to a majority minority population. So that needs to be part of the plan because America has no choice.
Thank you, Tony. Bridget?
Good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon, I should say. So definitely agree with Tony's sentiments on future work. I think for our industry, and again, Wilco, we're very unique as we are a security integrator of all the new technologies, smart access, smart technologies that are going into homes, multifamily, commercial real estate, and facilities. I think what COVID did for us was change how people manage their space, how they access it, how they manage their home. What are the new, kind of technologies that are going to dictate whether you are cooling, how you're saving energy, who you're giving access to, when you're getting that Amazon package, who's seeing that. So for us, the future of work is very hybrid. Just like the workforce wants a hybrid type of scenario where you're going to have a mixture of all those technologies and where people access them. Definitely, we're seeing a lot of data-driven analytics, data-driven technologies that's going to absolutely accelerate the type of workforce we have. I think that sentiment, that quote, which I'm actually powers in the workforce, not in the workplace, which means we have to really upskill the people that we're hiring. We're seeing a very big integration of quote unquote blue collar versus the white collar. They're meeting together for our industry. We need people that can wire, and then we need people that can then upskill and integrate with technologies. So the future for security absolutely is data driven. It's that upskilling of our technicians, and it's the upskilling of really anyone that we hire, because they're going to have more of a technology kind of at least an epicenter. And definitely we're seeing that the diversity of the people that we have on board, our technicians, is reflective of the communities that we're working in. And I think that's very key, and being really moldable to that new person that we bring on versus the opposite of them molding into our culture. We have to mold into our team's culture, where they are, their homes, their families. So I think it's a very interesting paradigm shift. And I think COVID totally flipped. We're in a new time, a new era for all of this. And I think it's a great way to re-examine and a great opportunity to now rehire and reskill who we have as our talent.
Thank you. Andrew?
Hi. Hi, everyone. I think all the points that my fellow panelists have made are really great ones, but the part that I'm really charged with thinking about is how the higher ed space responds to the challenges that you've both outlined. How do we ensure that higher ed institutions are responsive to a changing ecosystem? And for me, the future of work becomes about preparation. It's about how does higher education respond to an environment in which they may need to upskill themselves to prepare for the work that is coming ahead, right? I think one of the wonderful examples that Dr. Jackson gave is the notion of new jobs, new roles that didn't exist. For me, the future of work is conceptualizing new possible jobs with skills that are to be determined, that are undefined. And so for me and my team at New America in the public interest technology program, we're really focused on helping universities understand that there is a role to be played for all sectors in preparing for this new future, which means what are the credentialing opportunities that you're going to make available? What are the courses that you're going to have to offer? What are the new ways for you to incentivize faculty to transform their teaching style? I think what you all have mentioned, COVID did the same thing for higher education. I think that's one of the spaces that was impacted tremendously in terms of how are you going to prepare students who are on a Zoom? I mean, those are the kinds of questions that I think COVID asked higher ed space to respond to, and some did it well and some really struggled. I know we can talk a little bit later about broadband and how that really impacted communities of institutions to respond. But I want to just point out one thing that I think we're really focused on in the institutions that I work with. I work with a set of universities, helping them to think and imagine this new future. And we are interested not just with the K through 12, the K through 16, but fully the entire pipeline, and trying to think about multiple on-ramps. I think Dr. Jackson remarked on that, and even Chris at the top, which is how are you as a university engaging your community? What are the kinds of experiences are you providing for students to see the local college as a possibility for them? And so that's sort of our charge, is to imagine a future of work. And also, frankly, thinking about the impacts of those new roles, because that's one of the things that we have to think about with technologies. Yes, there will be new jobs created, but there will be disparate impacts, and we have to think about those impacts as well and be really thoughtful about how we activate as innovators. So that's sort of our charge in the bigger picture when we think about New America's contribution in the public interest tech conversation.
Thank you all. Tell us about what the challenges and opportunities are in the upscaling, rescaling, and training space. I'll start with you again, Tony.
I mean, I think it's all opportunities. The challenges is how many programs you have available, but to me, it's matchmaking. And in the next panel, we'll actually have three of my partners that I do this work on, work with. But it's all the way down the line. I think Andreen said something very interesting in terms of those ramps that we need to create for AP courses, for higher education, for certifications. But it starts with that chispa, that spark of interest and comfort level in terms of a lot of our communities to feel comfortable in that space and breaking out of, kind of a black and white view. There's a lot of gray in terms of what career paths you can follow. And we need to create that gray space in terms of where you can go into. But I think it's been complicated by this notion that some put out there that somehow our communities aren't capable. We're extremely capable. The talent is everywhere, en cada rincón de este país, in every single corner of this wonderful country. There is talent, and that's why I think it's looking at it from in terms of education, higher education, as well as programs where it's a skills build, where you didn't have to necessarily, if you didn't have those opportunities to go to college or community college or even graduate from high school, or you're transitioning out of in terms of out of the correctional system, that you have opportunities, or you're transitioning in your job, that now you're going from you know uh, being at home or in a career path that was minimum wage, that you now have the opportunity through skills building programs to be able to go into a whole nother direction that'll change the trajectory within your family, within your community, and certainly for yourself. But I don't think it's as complicated as it seems. I will say this: every company, most organizations, there is a curriculum that someone took the time to build out. What they didn't plan on was who's going to use it. It was almost like, let's build out yet another wonderful curriculum that will provide, these pathways, or companies have them too, um, that are collecting virtual dust. But that's where the partnerships with organizations like HHF and like yours, Rosa, and like our fellow panelists and so many others, to activate that wonderful product that one created magically. Minorities and females and others aren't just going to and LGBTQ plus community and aren't just going to magically appear and take your courses. Um, there's also a comfort level, and we found through some of our research that even when they're in high school or middle school, even when their classes offered in computer science and others, which is not that common, there's a comfort level in terms of taking advantage of those. So there's a confidence gap that we're dealing with and a comfort gap that we're dealing with, especially among females, in terms of taking advantage of opportunities that are actually there. And we have to work on that as well to make people feel comfortable in some of these spaces. And I don't care what anyone says, if we all have that uncle or aunt that as you're walking down the side of a road and you see a broken toaster that somebody discarded, and all of a sudden they pick it up and then it's working in your home, and you're just like, how'd they do that? That's ingenuity. That is problem solving. Those are the skills, more than my degrees in journalism are, in terms of getting a job in the future workforce, because that's what it's going to take. But we have to be able to just match make the existing curriculum, the existing programs, certifications that are out there, matching them with the community and creating that not just knowledge of it, but comfort, and doing the follow up for retention. It's not good enough to just lay out the opportunities. You actually have to make those connections, and that's where organizations like ours and so many others that are represented here come into play.
Thank you, Tony. Same question for you, ladies. What are the challenges and opportunities in the talent upskilling, reskilling, and training space?
I'm happy to take this one. I think to Antonio's point, I want to give a really good example that we have at Miami-Dade, and this is at Miami-Dade College. I think it's been one of the things that we observed is that while Miami-Dade County is a very majority minority community, that's been significantly impacted by ongoing risk for natural disasters, there is an ongoing underrepresentation in GIS, this geographic information system occupations. Miami-Dade College set out to address that gap. in the GIS pipeline. And one of the models that they used was to create exactly what Tony is describing, a pipeline from high school. They created an academic pipeline. And in addition to creating a 21 college credit certificate in GIS that required approval from the Florida Department of Education and was then included in an AS and a BS degree in computer information tech, they also included dual enrollment, articulation agreement with any high school from Miami-Dade Public Schools, faculty coordination seminar, and an 8-week online GIS course. That's the kind of creativity that we have to conceive of, where the college is seen as an entry point for multiple individuals. You don't have to necessarily be enrolled in college to reach out into the community and do the work that you need to do. And one of the main goals for the project was also to create a learning platform for environmental risk simulation that will support the GIS course that we're providing for students, but also helping to provide necessary assessment of natural disaster risk for the community. So it's not just about education in the sort of traditional model where you see someone getting a degree and they move on. It's also thinking about how the knowledge that you're creating could be utilized by local community as well to anticipate something that we know is going to be a challenge with the environment, with the climate crisis that's coming ahead. So that's also another part of the future of work conceptualization, which is how are you responding or using technology to respond to the needs that you see around your community. So that's what was really wonderful about that model, is that it's not done in isolation. And then what's also really great is that Miami-Dade College is a member of the Metro Lab Network. That includes the Office of Resilience of Miami-Dade County, the cities of Miami and Miami Beach, Florida International University is part of that, and University of Miami. So again, this is about seeing yourself as part of a network, which is really the underlying piece of the work that we're trying to facilitate at New America Pitt, which is universities, you are part of a community in which you exist, but you are also a web, and you could also work with other universities as well, so that you don't have to replicate. To Antonia's point, a course has been crafted. How can you reframe it, reshape it, share it with others? That's something that we facilitate in the network. We sometimes fund our universities to create a course that then can be used by other instructors. So really helping to build a community that is being responsive is sort of our charge. And that's just a really wonderful example that I'm so proud of Miami-Dade for making possible.
Thank you. Bridget, same question for you. Challenges and
Absolutely.
opportunities.
Yes, so I love that, where the conversation is about challenges, but I feel like a lot of what happened with COVID has presented so many opportunities. We're just trying to all figure out how to leverage, right, what we've all been through. And I don't think we've had this like flip in a long time. So our challenges in kind of as a small business, we're just seeing because I think a lot of workforce centers around large multinational corporations. I mean, Andrea and Antonio's probably seen, you have these large Verizons and Comcast and great that they're doing, and Google's, and great that they're doing it, but it's small businesses that are the engine of workforce really in the country. And so what we've seen is new private public partnerships that we're able to be involved in that really look toward the local economies of the city that we're in. So we're in Philadelphia, and we really see a lot of at least camaraderie around really building out and working with the Philadelphia workforce, and the Philadelphia Works, which for us has been it's Philadelphia's workforce provider. It provides the funding, it provides and match makes, to Anthony, to Antonio's point, people who are needing jobs to large businesses and small businesses that are offering those jobs, and they also then provide a subsidy the salaries that we need, whether it's 3 months subsidy or 6 months subsidy. There's help that they provide so that we can then upskill who we have, or we can hire new and just skill them up to what we're needing. Because again, our business is turning from more of a construction based, how do we wire, how do we build in low voltage services, to really then how do you connect those low voltage, those wiring to like new software platforms. So we're really in a shift. And as a small business, we need the partnerships to help leverage the resources we're looking for, the talent that we're looking for. So so the challenge is, how do we do that as a small business, which we're doing through private partnerships and private public partnerships, and then how do we find and it really engage the workforce in like looking at smart technology as a very cool but a great way to really a good salary. And I think that's where we're really trying to really push the button. Smart technologies and technologies that manage facilities and spaces like granite countertops in the 80s, it's definitely going to be much more prevalent and much more pervasive and much more prolific. You're going to see smart tech just like you see everything else. And smart tech is new thermostats and new types of ways that your door works with you, sensors in your living space, sensors in buildings. All those things are now no longer just a lock or just it's all data. It's all smart, and that's what we're trying to do, and that's what we're trying to make much more of a not an anomaly but as a norm. How do we get much more of that construction based industry and upskill them to actually look at integration of technology? So I never looked at it as a challenge. I love it as an opportunity because again we're seeing more data driven opportunities, but for us it's how do we figure that out, and we do that through our partnerships.
Thank you all. The next question is, and some of you already mentioned part of this, but how can organizations and groups like yours work with both the private and the public sector, local, state, regional, and federal, to educate people and train them for the future work? And what can the private and public sector do to better work with organizations like yours? This is actually three questions in one. Um, and what has been done and what can be done better?
Yeah, I'll start here, but I just want to echo, what Bridget said, and I think Andrina as well. And I said, it's opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. And it's how you choose to look at it. And there is nothing but opportunities here in the United States of America, especially with our minority communities. Um, and so, and on this part, I mean, this is the easy one to me because I'll tell you what some of the things that we've been doing and who we partner with again in our next panel. But we taught and introduced 100,000 kids how to code with Google.org, and it's not just that part of it. How do you create those on ramps for them to be able to go into high school in terms of feeling more comfortable going into computer science courses or what's available outside of classes and just sparking that interest, then creating that comfort level. We also have been working on working with our communities that are already gone through areas like we just had a coder summit and the future of work summit that we had in San Francisco this past weekend. And part of that was in terms of looking at kind of a nuanced look at hacking a career in AI or in data science or in blockchain. The key is to get nuanced with our communities because, like I said earlier, there isn't much gray in our communities. It's black and white in terms of career paths. We're also working with IBM to provide opportunities for those that are talented and capable but may not have had the opportunities with the Skills Build program that can change the economic trajectory of an individual, a family, or a community. It's working with corporate America to create spaces for hundreds of engineers with ExxonMobil. It's not complicated when you have the right partners providing that training, the opportunities to the talent pool. It's overflowing in our communities. And I think that's one of the things that I want to underscore, that it's piecing together a pipeline that includes organizations working together, and it's putting a puzzle together. I remember when I was at Hispanics in Philanthropy and I got some recognition and people were talking about being in your own lane. And I was like, I don't want to be in my own lane. I want to be in a carpool with a bunch of other people that we can work with. And that includes outside of the Latino community, that we're all working together because, like I said, America has no choice when you have a majority minority, and we have to be able to work together to address these issues. I also want to talk about the access to technology is so key in this. When we were teaching those 100,000 kids how to code, one of the biggest challenges was we'd be in a classroom and they didn't have access to Wi-Fi. And I remember the Chairwoman Rosenworcel coming with me to Oak Cliff, Dallas to meet with Adan and hundreds of kids that were actually getting together to do their homework because they didn't have Wi-Fi in their own homes. Now, that's a positive thing because it builds community, and both of them are involved with this program. But we have to get creative. We have to build community and also create, you know, do as they go forward in their communities. And the mentoring piece is important, and being able to encourage them to give a real pathway. So it's not just learning how to code when during an hour of an entire year when you're in preschool. You want to be able to create that pathway going forward all the way up into a career, and then pulling them back in to be able to connect with others to make sure that they understand that these are not just tangible, but it's not just real. It's an opportunity to affect the entire country, because our country's always going to count on our communities to further the workforce and to move the country forward. And so it's just a question of preparing and connecting and fomenting that opportunity within these talent pools.
Thank you, Tony. Same question for you, ladies, and I'm going to repeat it since I asked 3 questions in one. So what are groups like yours doing to work with the public and private sector to educate people and train them for the future of work, and what has been done and what can be done better? Bridget?
Well, yeah, sure. I love that you know, whenever you have a public-private partnership, there's some basics that you have to be a part of that partnership, right? You have to have companies, you got to have a community, and you got to always have, to Andre, an institution, a learning institution. So what we've done in Philadelphia, and that really hasn't even been announced yet, but we are about to engage in a public-private partnership to do upskilling of workforce. And that partnership is going to be with CCP, which is our Community College of Philadelphia. They're always one of those institutions that's right there. That's what they do, workforce and really skilling local economy, local communities. And we actually are going to partner with another organization that was just named by Dr. Because they are one of those new companies that are really looking at how do we create new jobs? How do we create new future work jobs? And as I just mentioned for Wilco, we're one of those companies that are creating new types of jobs, right? We're looking at how do you meld construction and then how do you build in data on top of it. And I think that's what Black Power is doing too, in terms of greening buildings, but we're doing it in terms of how do you access and what can you have smart in those buildings. So what again, we love the idea of partnerships, but really partnerships with communities that are two, and we're talking about West Philadelphia, that want to be involved, that are having lots of talent, they're looking for opportunities. There obviously is also a community that's been riddled a little bit by gun violence, right? We have an interesting issue right now in Philadelphia where there's a lot of just unnecessary and heartbreaking violence that's occurring in our communities. So how do we get them, one, just opportunities that they can have on ramps to new activities that can then kind of keep people just off the streets if they don't have to be, and then that learning institution, and then that new type of skill building, anything with technology for that kind of 15 to 16 upwards to like 30 years old. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at those people that don't want to necessarily go to college, that have a great skill, that have a kind of a natural intuition and inclination to just want to understand and solve problems, particularly with your hands, and also with your, just new skill building of technology. And we really do it in a way that we can also pull in from those institutions around. So you have churches that are going to be part of this. We have different types of, maybe we look at these different types of salons, barber shop, things like that we can really pull from. And I think that's the uniqueness of what we look for in partnerships, and that's where the opportunity has been coming for us.
Thank you, Andre.
I want to pull back a little bit, because I think one thing I wanted to remind folks here is public interest technology is sort of a new framework. And the metaphor that's easiest to compare it to is, public interest law. A lawyer, and when someone says their public interest lawyer, you imagine their set of questions that they're challenged with thinking about, right? Usually at the intersection of identities that really touch on our communities. When you think about public interest tech, I want the same framework to come to your mind, which is how are you using your technical skill and knowledge to really think about institutions and individuals and communities that are often at the edge, right? And I know we've heard a lot about some of the downstream impact of technology. And so one of the things that we're trying to do is help people to understand that in terms of automation and some of the fears around the future of work, part of that is recognizing that the humans should still be in the equation, that you're not going to substitute a human being for something that is a really delicate part of a process, right? So if you think about how technology might transform the workspace, in many of our sort of NGOs and some of the places that we work, we talk about how can we create a mechanized process that's faster so that it gets you back into the interaction between people, right? So how do we create a tool that helps you center the very thing that makes us work, which is our common humanity, our connections, right? And so for us, that's been part of the framework for us in the New America Public Interest Tech program, is to really remind people that folks are not cogs in machines, that our technology should always have a human side to it as we're thinking about how we're deploying technology in various communities. And so that's been part of our charge, is to really be bringing experts at the forefront that talk about some of the downside of technology, but then offer up particular opportunities for students to reconceive of their relationships with tech. So quite frankly, our university network has a lot of predominantly white institutions in it. And part of our charge was to create a pathway for public interest tech in those institutions. So you are someone that wants to center problems in a very specific way. And your sense is, I may not want to immediately go into the private sector. I might want to go into government. I might want to think about how a technology team could help a nonprofit. That's really part of our charge, is to help folks envision how you can use an engineer, how you can use a computer scientist. And so we've really been funding a lot of projects through a small grants fund that we have for universities to test and pilot that. So at University of Michigan, we gave funding to a group of social work students, and their charge was to go out and work with communities that were small small companies, and said, okay, how can an engineer in this in help you in this sector? How can we help you understand your customers and your clients better? And how do we make sure that you are thinking about all of the ways that you're trying to solve problems in your community and how a technology can assist you in doing that? I just want to sort of remind folks, as we think about technology and sort of all of the sort of headlines that are coming, that there's a space for us to center people in that conversation, both in the upskilling side, but also on the impact side as well. And that there could be new careers that are charted in thinking about those impacts, right? Thinking about measuring the kinds of things that we're seeing. So that's part of our, I think, our mission in the Public Interest Tech program that I just wanted to bring up, because we see that as really vital to redefining the kinds of jobs that could be possible in the future, which are public interest tech jobs, right? A tech, because nobody thinks about a bank as a technology company, but banks have massive technology teams to do their jobs well. So similarly, let's think about nonprofits that are serving people. We've worked with homeless shelters that think about food and how they can sort of use data science to analyze the kinds of things that are coming down the pike. So thinking about how a technical skill set can be deployed in service to community is part of what part of our mission in the public interest tech work, and part of the kinds of jobs what we're trying to make possible. And to Antonia's point, we're also trying to make that possible so that it's not that one professor or that one individual that makes it happen for you. There's actually a direct line of internship experiences that you can have, and an agreement to take that person on once they've finished that internship. So for me, that's the partnership piece, is agreements that these students are educated in a particular way, and you're going to take a chance on them if that's the way that you want to see it. But I do think that we have a lot of excitement for me at the student level, and they want to be deployed in so many interesting ways. And part of our task, I think, is to set agreements up with private sector partners around that. And then also thinking about nonprofits and how nonprofits can play a role there as well. So just wanted to offer that up as well.
Wonderful. Thank you all. You all have
And
alluded to this, but I'm going to.
it does impact generational poverty as well. And I think Andreen made that point too, same with Bridget. But I want to make just a quick plug for also the need to look towards our communities to come up with those technologies that then can employ tens of thousands of people. So we also can't just look at our communities as supplying the workforce for these jobs of the future. We need to have those creators that are going to create the jobs that we need to fill for the future. So I just think of people like Richie Serna and others in the fintech space that are actually creating opportunities for us to then train and fill these jobs.
Thank you, Tony. I'll stay with you because that's very relevant. Tangible solutions to ensure that no one, especially those from underserved communities, gets left behind when it comes to understanding and being able to participate and be prepared for the future of work, and also to be, as you mentioned, producers, not just consumers of these new innovations.
Yeah, I think it starts very young, lifting that comfort level. Just making, like, we created a game with Minecraft that 30 million kids around the world are playing, that positions Latinos as problem solvers, that also has a pathway piece to it, even though they're in middle school. It's got a pathway piece to it in terms of the follow up to it after you play the game is what jobs and technology are there, that you can have access to. So it's being really clever about introducing at an early age, comforting and engaging at a later age, preparing and placing at another stage. And but it's going to take all those elements. I think a lot of times it's easier to look at a pipeline as, let's just stick to the beginning part because that's the easiest to measure. Oh, a bazillion kids saw this program or something, without looking at where you need to go from there. And on the other end, it's the second easiest place to go is how many people do you place. But the middle part is just as important in terms of some of the efforts that we've all talked about. Ensuring that no one gets left behind in this space. Well, we don't have a choice because jobs more and more are going to require that everyone have a background in that. But let's also look at how it helps our communities. And I love when you said public interest tech jobs. So I'm going to use that because I think that's very, very powerful because it also means we're going to be able to organize and mobilize as communities when we're connected and we have those skills. We're going to be able to problem solve, even if it's within our own communities outside of the job. It's going to be a confidence level that we're going to be able to build off of. So I think it starts with a very young age, but truly looking at those stages. The way we look at how we raise someone, we need to look at that how we raise them in the workforce.
Thank you, Tony. Ladies, same question goes for you all. And again, the question is, what are some of the tangible solutions to ensure that no one gets left behind, to ensure that everyone, especially those from underserved communities, are prepared for the future of work?
Well, for us, we're definitely utilizing, the partnerships for sure. I think it's critical to Antony's point about starting early. I think for us is you got to have to go where the talent is. You have to meet people where they are. So not everybody's in an institution of higher learning that's a and again, we love the idea of partnering with CCPs and community colleges just because it reaches so much of local economy and local communities. Um, I think we're seeing much more opportunities and more talent come out of those institutions than we are when we're seeing it with just larger, you're more, thought about or talked about, collegial communities. Also looking at trusted community anchors, which for us is like community centers and rec centers, and again, churches and places where people who may not go to school or may not go to college go and frequent. Technology is, something that you don't have to hard sell, right? We're talking about, citizens who are digital natives. Like this is what they know. This is what they look at all the time. Screens and tech is not something that's an anomaly. That's something that's very native and fluid and intuitive for the workforce that we seek. So how do you then get them interested in utilizing what they do every day, what they do on their phones every day, what they're on their screens every day doing, and how do you turn that into a skill? How do you turn that into for actually creating an economy or creating a salary, creating a form of living from? And that's again one of those not getting people left behind. So it really kind of goes to looking at trusted places where we can find everyone who may not go to college or go to school or go to high school, the trade schools. I think those are those opportunities that we like to really look at and really build from a talent base that we can then train and skill and upskill so they have actual workable, really, really well paying jobs in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you all. This is the last final question. So I would like for you guys to give us your closing thoughts, but also answer this question at the same time. The title of our panel is Your Role in the Ecosystem. So how can we as individuals prepare ourselves for the challenges and opportunities that come along with technological change? Please answer the question and please give us your closing thoughts because it's time for us to move on to the next panel. Antonio?
Yes, I'll start. And I think we've laid out our roles from other questions. So I'm more interested in hearing what Bridget and Andreen have to say. But I think you also set this panel up in a good way. Andreen's in higher education along with community, because that's one of the things she's been talking about is how those institutions also need to invest in community and be a connector in that space. And Bridget's working the workforce space, and we're working with companies as a nonprofit. So I think you've done a good job of laying out, Rosa. Congratulations, an ecosystem right here on your little panel. But our part of all of this is to ensure that our communities are connected, prepared, developed, and supported in order to meet these challenges. And that ecosystem needs to be a true ecosystem, not just one element of it. And that's where it's going to take all of us working together and leveraging what somebody else is doing is the key to all of this. It's not just what HHF or what I'm doing. It is what's Bridget doing, what's Andreen doing, what's Rosa doing, what's Chris doing, what's everyone doing. And that's what it's going to take to really build an ecosystem. But we need to look at it as an ecosystem. The way you look at nature should be how we look at technology. As incongruous as that sounds, I think there's a flow to it that we should emulate how nature works, where every piece connects to something else. And so that's how I would close out.
Thank you. Bridget?
Just very quickly, I love the idea of our role as a small business being nimble, which we are. So we are very more akin to kind of connecting pieces together. We've played that role in numerous large public-private partnerships in the past, and we are going to continue to play that role because we're really touching people. We're on the ground. We are offering new perspectives that may not be seen from a larger company, a large multinational company. So we definitely have an interesting vantage point on the needs that we have as an employer. But again, being able to connect the institutions with the companies, with the communities, with the Philadelphia work boards that are definitely probably prevalent in every city that provides economic support for starting, and creating workforce pilots, which I think would be critical. So we like that role. We play it well, and we're going to continue to provide that perspective in that that type of skill set when it comes to bringing the pieces together. So we're very thankful, and I think that's what every city is going to have to do. How do we bridge gaps? How do we build people and build places and build institutions together? And how do we work together to really tackle this as a community, as a city, as a nation? So thank you for this time, and we're looking forward to continuing the fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreen.
I think having listened to everyone in the panel and even the earlier conversations, I think one of the things that's really important to me is that people see the higher ed space as a nimble space, which is not how folks tend to see that space. And I think I want to encourage partnership and collaboration, which is what we really foster in the university network, sharing resources. You do not have to replicate something that someone else has done very well. But the other part of it that I think is really important is for folks to not see a university as something on a hill, right? I think that's a thing that really comes out, this idea that I have to have gone in. I mean, we have a lot of MSIs in our network and HBCUs that really want people to think of their college as a space to go to receive the things, and also to be in collaboration and in partnership. And so for me, that's really the charge of, I think, the university network within our program at New America is to create a non-siloed space, and then also to offer up pilot grants to the universities to model that and then share that good news out in the world. The example that I gave with Miami-Dade, lots of things are happening like that. That's happening even at MIT and some of the places that folks sometimes think are a little bit outside of the scope of some of these conversations. But folks are building a public interest tech university network with us. We're creating this new ecosystem. We believe it's a multi-sector ecosystem. We believe that we need to shape and co-create with communities. So for us, I think our charge is to tell the story in panels like this even more, and to go and offer up proof of concepts, really, for people to see that it's possible to do this work in a way that is non-siloed, that is collaborative, that really supports folks from K all the way through 16. So thank you for this opportunity to be on the panel and to learn from Dr. Jackson earlier. That was really wonderful to hear those wonderful examples. And Antonio and Bridget, it's been wonderful to be in this conversation with you. And thank you, Rosa.
Thank you all. Thank you, and thank you for sharing your time and your expertise with us. As we have heard today, we have some big challenges and some great opportunities. I know this is going to be an ongoing conversation, and I look forward to working with all of you on this critical issue. Tony, you're going to lead the next panel, so the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Rosa. Fantastic job. That was a privilege being on that panel with the fellow panelists. But now it's time for our panel. So I'm going to start by describing it, which is this segment will consist of employers who have vetted programs and results for upskilling, certifications, apprenticeships, full-time employment, especially for post-secondary talent. The segment will focus on engaging employers to help identify more inclusive talent recruiting and upskilling opportunities, especially those of underserved communities. And I can tell you that I have partnered with everyone on this panel and their companies. So they are walking the talk in terms of the work that they're putting in and the collaboration that is going to be needed to go forward. So I am going to start by calling them out. The pride of FIU and Miami, Florida, Hector Mujica, Head of Economic Opportunity Americas at google.org. We also have Michelle Gillard, of Corporate Social Responsibility Leader of IBM Americas, who has also partnered with us and has brought us amazing programs that then allow us to help the community. Thank you for building some of that. And then I have Anissa Green, Director, Federal Regulatory Chief of Staff, EVP, Federal Regulatory Relations and Chief Regulatory Officer at AT&T. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, so I am going to start because we often talk about the future of work, and we're in the business of trying to fill the jobs of the future. So let's start with what types of jobs are going to be needed to be filled in the future of work marketplace, and what skills will be needed to do those jobs. And this is an important fact-finding mission for me too, because we're trying to work with Anissa and Hector and Michelle and others to fill these jobs. So let's start actually with Michelle.
So thank you, Antonio, and good afternoon, everyone. Delighted to be part of this conversation. And to my panelists, I look forward to our conversation this afternoon. So Antonio, I really think that, all jobs today touch tech in some ways. Whether you're talking about a help desk worker or IT support roles across all the industries, tech is there. So it's really important that we understand that because technology is required to accomplish all tasks with jobs, it's important to begin to build those skills. And this is why IBM's signature Global Corporate Responsibility Initiative, Skills Build, we developed it. We're committed to skilling 30 million people by 2030. And so Skills Build is a free online platform. It's where anyone can sign on, register, take self-paced courses, and earn digital badges and certificates. There are 1,000 courses, 19 languages. It can be accessed through skillsbuild.org. And so when we think about the jobs of the future, we also often start thinking about those tech jobs. So jobs in data science, IT, cloud computing, cybersecurity, and the like. And Skills Build offers training in each of these areas and more. Importantly, though, we also offer courses that help people develop the professional skills that employers are looking for in job candidates. And this includes things like critical thinking, communication, how to do teamwork, collaborate with others, problem solving, being resourceful, and the like. And then we also add to that as well ways of working. So we're trying to help people think about, what does it mean to be agile, to be managing projects that emphasize a use, business value, continuous improvement, all while remaining flexible. We also have courses in design thinking. And so our approach to this has been to package the technical skills with the professional skills and the ways of working so that you have people who are coming out of Skills Build with a very well-rounded experience and ready to do the jobs employers are seeking. So that's how we think about the jobs today. They're across all industries. Our Skills Build is industry agnostic, but it's about making sure everybody has those skills that people need to get into jobs and be successful.
And I really appreciate that, Michelle. When we started working together, that was the key. And my staff actually took the assessment to make sure to gauge who was eligible for this. And it was very broad in terms of your eligibility for it, which is a big thing for us. Instead of dealing with those that had all these skills already in place, that this is a way to develop those and have an opportunity for economic movement within your own families and communities. So let me turn it over to Hector. So what are these jobs that we're trying to fill, Hector, beyond kind of the general technology jobs? In what areas specifically? And I think Michelle, science and cloud and IT and others, but can you expand on that?
Happy to, Tony. Good to be with you and good to be with all of you. I feel like Michelle took a lot of my talking points, and I think it's a good indication that all of us in the tech industry are working in a very similar direction, right? So I think that's reinforcing that. Tony, I think rather than predicting specific job categories, that we can do a good job at predicting skills and the sorts of skills that will be needed. And to Michelle's point, I think digital skills, and Michelle, I really loved your all jobs this is not just for tech jobs, this is for all sorts of jobs. And that's quite true, because digital skills are needed in 2/3 of jobs today. At least a medium to advanced level of digital skills are needed for all jobs that exist today. And we're fairly certain that number is going to continue to increase, right? So we're seeing that this skills disruption is happening faster and faster, with new technical skills appearing in job requirements at a much more rapid pace than ever before. In fact, the World Economic Forum thinks that up to 50% of workers will need to add new skills to keep up with the requirements of in-demand careers. So very much we're seeing some of the similar technical trends around UX design, data analytics. We're also seeing a lot of meaningful trends this year and likely going forward around cybersecurity, some trends around artificial intelligence and advanced tech, what we call advanced technology at places like Google. And also to Michelle's point, the complementary of these digital skill sets and these technological skill sets with human skills, with creativity, teamwork, innovation, the things that are irreplaceable from a human point of view. And I think from that same perspective, in a very similar way, we're really ensuring that the future of work is accessible for everyone. And that's what we're working really hard to create new pathways, both with best-in-class curriculum through programs and products like the Google Career Certificates, which are training people with no background in technology to be in demand fields in less than 3 to 6 months, around UX design, data analytics, IT support, what have you. But more importantly than that is really ensuring that we're removing the historical barriers that have kept our communities, Black and Brown communities, Indigenous communities, women, out of these jobs, right? And we do that by partnering with best-in-class organizations like Hispanic Heritage Foundation, like Goodwill, like Empower, Hispanic Federation, Urban League, really going to organizations that are proximate to the people, proximate to the issues, and can deliver this curriculum in a way that is culturally relevant, culturally sensitive, and it's going to actually have the breakthrough, and it's going to actually propel these people in the upward mobility direction that we hope that they'll be heading in.
Thank you for that, Hector. And so, Anissa, this is interesting to me because the three of you, IBM, Google, and AT&T, are in different sectors tech world, but very similar. So what is your response to this?
This is what happens when I go last, right? Because I can't claim that they stole my answer. But thank you so much for having me here.
You've got your own space to fill right now.
No, well,
that's why you're on this.
I completely agree with Michelle and Hector in terms of just the holistic approach to skill building. Hit on the specific types of skills that we are all looking for as employers, and AT&T is no different. I think, with the increased presence of technology, I think we all said that, we understand that there has to be some digital skills in any job that anyone is looking for, and be able to develop digital skills and just, what I consider reality skills. What does it take to be a professional in a workplace? What does it take to really drive home results? What does that mean? And I know that my colleagues here for today mentioned people skills and human skills, and we all used to call them soft skills. How do you read a room? How do you not talk with your hands? How do you ensure that you're getting to the end of your sentence and it doesn't trail off? I think all of that comes as just looking at the whole person, and we do that. One thing that Hector mentioned that I wanted to bring home a little bit more on artificial intelligence, we're seeing that that is increasingly showing up in the workplace. It's becoming a common spot in the workplace, and that would be an area that would be interesting to see evolve, in addition to cybersecurity and other specific technical skill sets that would be helpful to any company today.
Thank you so much for that. I will say that when you mentioned those soft skills, I need to take a course in not talking with my hands or ending a sentence at the right time. As a Latino, you were going to end up doing that all the time, so we need to be better at that. And so I have a question for you, and I'm going to start with you this time, Anissa, so that Hector will get the dregs at the end of it. So you guys mentioned AI earlier. So how does AI technology and other technologies impact diversity and equity in the workforce? So how can it actually increase participation of underrepresented groups instead of decreasing or excluding participation of our groups? So I'm going to start with you.
Thank you. So AI is an interesting area, I think, and it's a game changer. And as game changing as AI can be, it must be developed to fight against bias and discrimination rather than reinforce it. We at AT&T have long operated with publicly available guiding principles in mind to ensure that our AI is being built and used responsibly. So it has to be used responsibly. How do we ensure that it is advancing and the objective of inclusion and belonging in the workplace? It has to be used responsibly. Those who run AI decide what data is used, the goals that are set, the algorithms that are deployed, and the outcomes that are monitored. And so it is especially important that those running the AI use varied, validated, and diverse human input to ensure that it is being used to accomplish equitable objectives. Moreover, these objectives on the use of AI have to be constantly monitored to ensure accuracy and minimize any bias that could come about. Lastly, taking these critical steps to ground ethics and values in our use of AI is crucial to making sure that it has a positive effect in increasing the participation of underrepresented groups in our workforce as a whole. That's such a long word, and I know we have to be sensitive to how we describe us. I know there's a lot of different labels, but that is starting to become, that's another day. We'll talk about that label another day.
I like us, and that includes everybody, by the way. So that answer was so precise and full that you can allude to it in answering your questions, but I'm going to go to Michelle next in terms of what obstacles hinder underrepresented groups participating in the future of workforce. And again, I think Anissa answered that so well that I don't want you guys to have to try to add something to it. But I think we can expand on it because this is broader in terms of obstacles that hinder our groups from participating in the future of workforce. And then Hector, you can jump on right after Michelle's done.
Yeah. So So thank you, Antonio. And this really is, I think, an important issue because we're not going to increase the representation unless we deal with some of the perceptions, I would say, misconceptions about what's going on. There's a general perception out there that digital skills are too costly to pursue, and that the only pathway to get a STEM job is a four-year degree. The magnitude of this perceived barrier becomes clear and in focus when we consider the fact that 65% of U.S. adults over the age of 25 lack a four-year degree, and that those numbers range between, or those percentages range between 72 and 80% if you're talking about underrepresented groups such as Black Americans, people who identify as Hispanic, Latino, and indigenous groups. And the perceptions that were not just of us groups, of the folks who are on this call, but really of all people. People in general do not understand what it takes to get these kind of degrees. And these perceptions consult study that was recently released, where in the US, this was a global study, I should say, involving 13 countries, about 1,400 individuals. Within the US specifically, 58% of respondents worried that digital credentials were too expensive to obtain. 69% of career changers believe that they were not qualified to work in these jobs because they lacked the right academic degrees. But at the same time, 71% of respondents thought that digital credentials are a good way to demonstrate one's skills. So there's a recognition of the value of digital credentials. The issue is to gain access to them. And so at IBM, our approach to addressing the access issue, particularly among traditionally underrepresented communities, is to establish partnerships with organizations like the Hispanic Heritage Foundation and others. And so when we're working with organizations like yours that have their own set of learners and job seekers, the organization is already promoting skills training, then Skills Build becomes a great value add. It can extend any existing curricula that the organization may have to offer. The focus on digital technology, which is oftentimes to just get access to. We also provide a number of enhancements through Skills Build, such as experiential learning opportunities, which helps people demonstrate the skills that they're learning through the courses, which employers really want to see when it comes to digital skills. We also engage our IBMers. They're technical experts, and they can serve as coaches and mentors. They provide career insights. They can provide interview and resume tips. They can lead discussions on specific topics. We've had IBMers who are neurodivergent learners, and they may share their personal story about their career, how they arrived at IBM, the kind of work that they do, and the kind of environment that helps them to be successful. So, you know, when you partner with trusted organizations like HFF, and you're able to tell your members about the services that all of us here on the call have to provide, you know, it's through the services of Skills Build and the other opportunities that people can register, get online, monitor their progress, and help them get to a specific learning pathway that leads to a job.
Okay, so let me just say that we've been doing our informal research in terms of everyone that we're engaging right now. Number one issue, what's it cost? Number two issue, am I qualified? And the third thing they say is this can really help me going forward. And just real quick, I think my board member Michael Eccles is on, who's a cybersecurity expert. Just a shout out to Michael Eccles on here that I'm very proud of. So Hector, you answer that question too, because I know you have programs that you do that we have partnered on, and I think we need to relook at it as well, because there is no shortage of talent in our communities, and it's a question of just exposing and preparing and comforting and then supporting our communities in doing that.
Yeah, Tony, no, I appreciate that. Listen, I think one quick reflection on the previous topic of AI that kind of builds on the point you were just making too, right? I think we truly believe that the best way to make sure that emerging technologies like artificial intelligence don't have bias and are inclusive and work well for underrepresented groups is to ensure that the people that are building those technologies are reflective of the communities that they're serving, right? So we have to really be ensuring that the people that are behind the keyboard, behind the machine, that are building these emerging technologies look like this panel, look like this country, that are more inclusive, are more representative, and I'm really hopeful that we're making strides in that direction with the great work that we're doing with you all at HSF and other organizations too, right? So I think that that's a critical point that I wanted to mention on the AI front and the outlook there. In terms of things that are hindering representation and participation of our communities in the future of work, listen, I think I really want to kind of highlight the point that Michelle made around degree requirements. It's a huge challenge when you realize that almost 2/3 of Americans don't have a degree. They don't have a 4-year credential. And that creates a huge social divide. So unless we change that, the jobs of tomorrow are going to continue to be out of reach for people. And requiring degrees disproportionately excludes certain communities. It excludes 70% of rural workers, almost 70% of African American workers, and almost 80% of Latino workers. Those are huge statistics that we have to kind of internalize and process, right? That by putting some of these fictitious requirements that at the end of the day are unnecessary. There's so many different ways to gain essential skills that prepare pathways into these technical roles that don't require a 4-year credential. And that's not to undervalue the importance of a 4-year credential. It's actually to reinforce the importance of alternative pathways and recognizing those pathways and reinforcing those pathways and opening the door for that category of folks. So I think that continues to be incredibly important. And maybe the last thing that I'll contribute here is the importance of what I would call wraparound supports. But again, really, how do we ensure that communities that face multiple barriers to learning have access to the training they need and the time they need to take on that training, right? I mean, we often forget that time is a precious luxury that most people don't have. Most people have to work multiple jobs. Most people have to, juggle multiple balls, and they don't have time to go get a 4-year degree or time to go to a boot camp. So how do we complement that with flexible schedules? How do we complement that with living stipends for learning? How do we complement that with childcare, transportation credit, connectivity? We've been doing a lot of work recently with NDIA, with the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, where we're going to be working with them to deploy digital navigators to help communities, indigenous communities, Black and brown communities, to help them get online, right? Because we often don't think about broadband and connectivity being an impediment, a barrier for people to gain these meaningful skills. We often don't think about the lack of exposure as a barrier, the fact that many Black and brown folks don't see people that look like them working in these type of jobs, and therefore they don't pursue these type of jobs. And I know that's something, Tony, you guys at Hispanic Heritage Foundation have been trying to tackle head on, the work that we've been doing around CS First to make sure that we're exposing more Latinos to computer science earlier on in their lives. How do we also bring along their parents to really understand what these categories of work are and why it's important and why it matters? So, I think there's many hindrances, many obstacles, but I'm thankful and proud that we're working with such brilliant people to address them.
Thank you for that, Hector. And I just want to demonstrate that as a moderator, when you're taking this many notes on what your panel is saying, it's a privilege to learn as I'm moderating. And I've always said that a good moderator, their number one quality should be that they're dumber than the panel they put together. And in this case, that is obvious. So let me go back to, this time I'm going to start with Michelle. She's been the middle child the whole time on these things. So let me start with what strategies are being considered for education and training to help these work in a current and future workforce? Like, to me, the big question is this: what's a real pipeline look like? And be expansive in your answer, because one of the things that I like about this group is that you're able to go beyond the obvious question I'm asking and take it in a direction that answers even more questions. So what does a real pipeline look like? I've worked on a pipeline. It's very disparate and it's not flowing. And how do we ensure that there's a flow from early education systems to workforce development to retention to career advancement to then pulling back, as Hector and all of you have been talking about, in terms of mentoring and modeling as part of that equation, and building social capital? among some of these groups, that underrepresented groups that then get into the game, and how do you make sure that they're connected to each other in terms of, again, fostering that comfort level? So what does that really look like? What should it look like?
So, Antonio, that's a really interesting question. It's an important question because I think it can operate at multiple levels. And so, you know, and I want to use my hands, so I'm part of the group that speaks with her. But it really starts with having a holistic view. And you actually talked about this on the panel that you were on previously about the importance of strategic and intentional partnerships that span the entire ecosystem. And this can happen both within the program itself, and I'll give you an example of that through Skills Build, but it also happens across. I think the fact that my panelists and I are saying so many of the similar things is because we're all working with the system and we're also working together. Many of the organizations that we support, like the Hispanic Heritage Foundation and other organizations, multiple businesses are supporting. And it's important that you guys are able to tap in, because while we do a lot of the similar things, we also do things differently. And so it reaches the different learners that are out there. I will say having a holistic view is one of the things that I actually think I like most about the Skills Build approach that IBM has taken, and that it's designed for populations that range from high school students and teachers to college students and faculty to adult learners who need to reskill and upskill. And so if you think about that in terms of educational trajectory, it covers a wide range of people. And each one of the program elements are kind of designed and tailored for the population that's being served. So with high school students and teachers, it's more exploratory and to give young people opportunities to explore the different kind of technologies, while also building those college and career readiness skills. So if they want to, gain some credentials and do some learning on Skills Build and then go on to a post-secondary education, they're prepared to do that. Simultaneously, if they want to go on and get some credentials and get into a job right away, they can do that as well. We also provide experiential learning because we know that that's really important. Same thing for college and university faculty. We have, for example, a partnership with 20 historically Black colleges and universities across the country. We're helping them to develop cybersecurity centers on their campuses. We're helping to prepare the next generation of cybersecurity specialists, analysts through this programming. We also provide to all institutions across the country access to software and a variety of courses. We have subject matter experts who can teach a variety of courses. There's coaching, there's mentoring, there's a whole lot that faculty can do for non-proprietary research. They can leverage IBM software and resources. And so there's lots that we can do. We train faculty to help people who are in post-secondary education. And then for those adult learners who are trying to upskill and reskill and get back into the workforce or get a better job while they're there, it's really all about kind of just the core technical skills in IT, web design, IT support, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, etc. It's the coaching and mentoring, it's the apprenticeships, it's building connection with other employers. So we're unique in that Skills Build does cover all of that, but not everybody can do that. So it's really important that you have partnerships with organizations out there who can provide access to maybe employers. Maybe you're working with a Fiserv, or maybe you're working with a Manpower, maybe you're working with Opportunity at Work. So there are organizations, both for-profits and nonprofits, that help people gain access to employment. There are organizations that provide experiential learning like Practera and Scale Up. There are organizations that provide all sorts of resources and mentoring support and opportunities. Inside Track does that. So it's about understanding what the ecosystem looks like. It's about making those connections to all the various players that fill in along the pipeline. And it's looking at your own programming to figure out what is it that you can do directly and where do you need help and support. Long answer, but I hope that kind of explains how I think about the pipeline.
Yeah, no, that was a great answer because it was a long question. So you needed to answer it appropriately. Anissa, do you want to take a stab at this too in terms of your approach? Again, what should the pipeline really look like, not just bits and pieces, and how can you bring that together, as Michelle was saying, through creative partnerships?
Yeah, and yeah, that was a very thorough answer there. So I'm going to just pick out some pieces as a provider and employer. So we understand that everyone's development journey is not the same. So that's why we take a holistic approach to reach individual employees where they are. So internal, where they are. I think Michelle was talking about externally, which we have a piece of that pie as well in our view of the pipeline. Here I go talking about mine. So by the way, I went to GW and I'm a communications major, and my professor said, "You're from Brooklyn, you talk with your hands all the time." So I had to learn how to do things without doing my hands, because otherwise it was a whole nother kind of conversation. Nevertheless, so back to the question. So we have an internal, external, and we partner with HBCUs. We've been collaborating with HBCUs and the Hispanic serving institutions to recruit straight from the universities. And I think a lot of the conversation today and earlier were about how do we get the talent that's coming in so that we continue to keep up with innovation and technology. And so we take that extremely seriously. We even launched a HBCU Future Leaders program, and that provides mentorship. And I think some of my panelists also talked about developing some type of a connection with an existing employee so that they understand and they can develop some of these other leadership skills and people skills and professional skills with directly with an employee. With regard to internally, we have top talent program that, while employees are looking at their careers and looking at the lifespan of where they want to be, where they want to end up, we have a lot of opportunities that take them along the way so that they can continue to not only diversify the pipeline, but also climb whatever career path that they want to be climbing. I don't know if we talk about ladders anymore or stairs, but let's just say whatever direction that they take, we have those opportunities available to them. In addition to fostering further education, we support tuition assistance for those employees who want to get a degree or further their knowledge base in its particular area, and we have that available. So it's not an AT&T commercial this afternoon, but there's a list of ways in which we have incorporated external resources to make sure we're diversifying that pipeline, and internal resources to make sure it continues to remain diversified as people move through their career. And that is really key to everything else we've been talking about today when it comes to skill sets, staying up with technology, making sure that we are developing the whole person and giving them as many opportunities as they can and to be successful in their careers.
No, thank you for that. And you're allowed to flex a little bit. I know you guys are doing the work. So let me go over to Hector. Answer the same question, Hector, but I'm going to add a little wrinkle to you. Is how can AT&T and IBM and others take advantage of what Google's doing, for instance, in different areas of the pipeline? How can companies work together along? You guys are all working with nonprofits and in educational institutions and other folks and government agencies, but how can you work with each other? Because I work with a lot of different companies, and sometimes I'm sitting here going, oh my goodness, they should know what Google's doing, what Hector's doing at Google, or Michelle needs to know what Anissa's doing. So what are your thoughts on this and adding that extra wrinkle? To me, you guys are really doing every bit of that pipeline. How do you piece it together?
Yeah, no, thanks for that question, Tony. I think you're teeing me up perfectly. I think we really have that, like a really strong mental connection right now, because I was hoping to go in that direction. But I think when we think about pipeline at Google, we're really focusing our efforts on three things: technology, training, and hiring. First, we want to make sure that our tools and platforms can help people develop the skills they need and find the jobs they're seeking, right? And I think it's no surprise, it won't be any surprise to any folks on this call, that 50% of job searches start on Google, which is why we've created Google Job Search to really help people hone in and find the areas that most matter to them and the jobs that are most relevant. Second, we want to bring the skills and training programs to more people and make it more accessible, more equitable. Again, removing some of the impediments, some of the barriers that I've been talking about, which is why the Google.org, we began teaming up with organizations like Hispanic Heritage Foundation, Goodwill, Merit America, Hispanic Federation, many, many others. And that's why we've also launched the Grow with Google program, created a Google Career Certificates, really helping to diversify the pathways to upward mobility. We are also kind of taking a few innovative approaches there when it comes to scaling and financing. So some folks may have heard that earlier last year we announced our $100 million Google Career Certificate Fund that's enabled through Social Finance, which is an organization out of Boston. And it's really focusing on how do we take the credentialings that we've been doing since 2017, couple it with the wraparound supports that we've also been doing since 2017, but also look at different methodologies for financing by doing blended finance, taking balance sheet money from the Google balance sheet, taking philanthropy from google.org, combining that together to create this fund, doing a pay it forward loan type of program to help upskill and reskill tens of thousands of American workers, give them access to wraparound supports, and have an aim of unlocking $1 billion in wage gains over the next decade. So that's kind of one intervention on the non-traditional side. On the traditional side, we've been working closely with groups like Hispanic Heritage Foundation on things like CS First to get CS exposure early on. We're working with groups like CodePath to get more SWE, software engineer related exposure and actual hands-on training in the university setting to help prepare people for that pipeline into actual technical jobs. And maybe the third thing, and we also, again, similarly to IBM, have deep relationships with HSIs, HBCUs throughout the country to help strengthen that traditional pathway. And the third component that I'll mention, which is hiring, and I think this is where I wrap it together with that question of what can other folks do. We really want to make sure that we're forging partnerships that broaden equity and opportunity in hiring. So again, I mentioned the piece around shifting from degree-based hiring to skills-based hiring. That's something that Google's really taken on in conjunction with groups like Opportunity at Work and their Tear the Paper Ceiling campaign. In the UK and the US, we've started building training programs and apprenticeship pipelines to Google, which I think apprenticeships are a phenomenal model that we should be scaling and doing more of. That's, the earn and learn component is huge and differential for communities like ours that can't afford, they don't have the luxury to not have an income while they're upskilling and reskilling and gaining meaningful employment. And the last piece that I'll mention on the hiring side is hiring consortiums. So we have launched a hiring consortium as part of the Google Career Certificates that's really trying to tap into as many companies in the US as possible. So right now we have about 200 companies, many of them are in the Fortune 500, that look to our credential, the Google Career Certificate, and say, hey, like that is actually training people with the skills they need to work in an IT job at my company, to work at a data analytics job at my company. And I'm committed to reviewing candidates that are coming out of this pipeline and putting them, interviewing them and putting them into a pipeline for employment within my company. So that's that's an invitation to other companies on the call that are seeking ways to hire and retain talent, non-traditional talent. Like I said, it's critical talent, and this is not charity work. This is not subpar talent. This is equitable talent to talent that's coming out of four-year universities that are gaining those skill sets in other forums. So I think that's equally as compelling, equally as important. And maybe I'll close with the acknowledgement that making that we have to be to fully accomplish this vision, this bold vision of a more equitable and accessible digital economy. It will take broader based efforts by government, by nonprofits, by private sector, by philanthropy, all of us working together to rethink what it means to be qualified for work. So that's part of my invitation to you all. And also I'm a big hands talker, so I really want to normalize hand talk on this panel.
Hector, thank you. And brother, I'm all pumped up right now. We need to talk after this because everything that's available, it's up to nonprofits and others to be able to connect our community to what AT&T, IBM, Google it has put together. So that's the challenge to us, and I want to do a better job of that. Real quick, shout out to live questions at fcc.gov. If anyone has any questions, LIVE questions at fcc.gov, send them in there. And I am going to this time start with Hector. This is a question that I feel, that I feel very strongly about, and I want to hear your answers. With unemployment down to 3.4% that just came out, which is the lowest since 1969, Pretty sure I was the only one alive at that time, but I just wanted to ask the question of the role immigration reform can play in developing a bigger pool of talent for the United States, because talent potential is everywhere, including in our migrant communities. And Hector, I know you're an immigrant from Venezuela. So can we talk a little bit about what needs to be done, or what companies would like to be done in terms of accessing this talent pool that can be, that have tremendous capabilities that can be developed to support the systems that you're putting in place to move America forward in tech and skills jobs?
Yeah, Tony, thank you for that question. And again, I think, the topic of immigration is something that's near and dear to me. I know it's also near and dear to you, Tony, and I'm thankful that that's a space that we can dive into in this conversation. I think companies like Google, tech companies by and large, have long been advocating for skills-based immigration reform. So they're big on H-1B. That's a topic that Google really cares about. I'm sure it's a topic that IBM and AT&T really care about. But and again, I'm here to reinforce that that's critical, and we do need to be having better, broader, bigger, more effective and efficient pathways to immigration into this country, pathways to normalization with immigration reform and citizenship and what have you. But I also want to acknowledge that it's not just about the cream of the crop, like the software engineers that are coming in from other countries that we need to be reforming the immigration system for. We also have to be reforming the immigration system for everyone. And I'm a big believer that the whole of the economy depends on effective and efficient and just and fair immigration systems. At google.org, we've been funding research through Brookings, the Brookings Workforce for the Future initiative, to help increase that dialogue, help increase the understanding and where U.S. immigration policy can best meet local workforce needs, while also improving employment opportunities and conditions for incumbent workers. So we know, with some of the early findings from that research seem to indicate that millions of immigrants work in occupations enabling and supporting millions of American jobs. So again, I want to make this abundantly clear. If it weren't for these immigrants occupying some of these central roles, a lot of the upward mobility that we're seeing for Americans in American jobs, for millions of American jobs, that wouldn't be possible. These are jobs that are fundamental to making the economy, to making the structure of our society function, operate, and progress and move forward. And moreover, the concentration of immigrants in occupations that are central to the U.S. economy will be that's going to be the case well into the future. That's not a thing of the past. It's not only a thing of the present. It's going to be an ongoing reality for many of these highly central occupations that are projected to be amongst the fastest growing jobs over the next few years. This can be care workers. These can be complementary workers that are core to occupations that can help us create a more robust and more efficient economy. So all that to say, I mean, I know I'm speaking from the heart because it's something that's deeply personal and near and dear to me. But again, it's also in our best interest as a country, as an economy, to be able to have effective, efficient, and just and fair immigration policies as a whole.
Thank you for that, Hector. I thank you mostly for distinguishing between skills that already existed and skills that can be developed. And I want to let Michelle and Anissa weigh in on this, because Michelle, you said something very important through our partnership, is that it's available in 30 different languages, some of the skills build programs. You want to be able to access the Haitian community that's coming over. You want to access the Venezuelan and some from the African countries and Asian countries and others that are coming over here. So can you talk a little, and look, the Afghani community that needs a pathway to opportunities for work, and returning citizens. I want to talk about what you're offering and truly leveraging the talent that is coming into this country that can help America move forward, especially with these employment numbers that we need workers.
Yeah, sure. So this is really an important issue. I think Hector did an amazing job of kind of framing just the importance of it. I think that what I can talk about is that, the question becomes, what posture do employers have in terms of connecting with workers? And so one of the things that IBM did was that we looked at the jobs in the U.S. and we determined that 50% of our jobs do not require a BA, a bachelor's degree, and so we're changing requirements. We are taking a skills first hiring posture. We call these new collar jobs. We're focused on having targeted recruiting for these positions. We look at how we evaluate skills, how we write our job descriptions, what's most important, what skills are needed to fill the roles that we're hiring for. Recently, we had an in-house team at IBM look at, they developed a program called License to Hire, which spells out the do's and don'ts of making the hiring process fair and productive. IBM employees who work on this are required to be certified before interviewing any job candidates. And so it's really about how are we positioned to bring everybody into the workforce? Do we have policies and practices within our organizations that can help do that and help people and nurture them along? And so I really think it's about being positioned. I would also say that we need to think about the education and training pathways to help people gain these skills. And I think Hector talked about apprenticeships before. These earn and learn programs are super important, whether it's apprenticeships or internships. IBM has its own apprenticeship program that we're really proud of. And so all of these strategies can help to ensure we're able to take advantage of people who are in this country and are looking for employment.
And sorry, Tony, were you going to say something? You're on mute.
Yes, Anissa, do you want?
Yeah, I think, again, I agree with Michelle that Hector really did frame this extremely well. And I'll just add that the Business Roundtable, which AT&T is a proud member of, supports employment-based immigration solutions that establish control over our borders and address our workforce needs while upholding the rule of law and staying true to American values of welcoming immigrants. And, we find this a very important area as well. And we are hopeful to see some good change in this area so that we can continue to use the talent that exists already, develop the talent that can be developed, and effectively support competition and be able to do better in our businesses areas with these skill sets that immigrants have.
All right, thank you so much for weighing in on that. I am going to ask one last question that everyone can wrap up this segment. And I am looking forward to the question. Again, as a moderator, to be able to learn as you're moderating is an absolute privilege to be part of this panel in some way. So I'm going to start with you, Anissa, only because I think this is in your area. What policies can better prepare, leverage, and advance underrepresented groups in the future workforce and careers? At your company, in terms of government, what are the better policies that can ensure that this happens? And we're here with the FCC. So I think this is an opportunity to give guidance, because all of this is so that we can get guidance as an advisory group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we all agree that diversifying your workforce is the winning ticket, right? So driving change that builds a more inclusive workforce calls for directing resources and working together. We all talked about this today to advance opportunities for those without it. I mentioned earlier that we understand that that a development journey is different for everybody, and we take an internal and external holistic view of how to ensure that we are developing talent, especially offering additional opportunities to underrepresented communities. And so there's an ecosystem that we talked about today, and I think that ecosystem needs to be created in a way in which talent can thrive. We also recommend employers to provide enrichment advisors, building inclusive leadership practices that lead to a greater sense of belonging for all employees.
Wonderful. Let me go to Hector next, and then Michelle can wrap it up.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Listen, I think there's, given that we're here as guests of the FCC and of the Biden administration, I think there's a few policies that come top of mind that are thematically aligned with what we've been talking about. One is around financing, so ensuring that there's alternate financing vehicles to help ensure that more communities have equitable pathways to upskilling, reskilling, and education, whether that means short-term Pell Grants that can be applied towards credentials, not just for your universities, whatever it might look like to get financing in the hands of organizations that are doing this transformational work around exposure to computer science, digital upskilling and reskilling, what have you, that's a critical component. Two, one of the wraparound supports that I think that the FCC has particularly a strong purview over is around connectivity. Again, ensuring that more and more underserved communities have equitable and just and fair access to connectivity is critical. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the last point we talked about, which is around immigration reform. So again, really taking a strong, hard look at how we assess worthiness and merit and who gets to be part of the we, who gets to be part of the us, and ensuring that those individuals have, again, equitable access and pathways to mobility.
And the FCC's in good hands with Jessica Rosenworcel, who has been a champion of digital inclusivity for many years. And Michelle, if you want to close us out on this segment.
Sure, absolutely. So I want to do a +1 to Hector on the importance of the Pell and making Pell Grants available to learners who are learning online, the short-term training, high quality programming. We need to go beyond, Pell is so critically important, as we all know. We need to go beyond how it's currently structured and rethink that. So shout out to the FCC for helping to lead that charge, and for Google's endorsement of that as well. We join you in that effort. The other thing I want to point out, though, is the importance of a learner and employment record system. Employers, educators, students all need to find a better way to have shared verifiable, accurate information about the skills acquired throughout their education career. And we believe that the appropriate technology can support such a system and empower the workforce of the jobs of the future. IBM is prepared to work with the key stakeholders to build and scale a digital credentialing system that can achieve this. Right now we don't have ways for employers to really understand what kind of credentials people are learning. You can go online and look at your LinkedIn account or Facebook account, but that's not the way that you really want to have a system that captures all this information that helps people who are getting skills and employers who are doing skills-based hiring to be able to access this information. So it's the learning and employment record system, building that ecosystem to support what we're trying to do is critically important.
Thank you so much. That was outstanding. Thank you all very much for not just taking the time, but for giving us your energy and for giving us your guidance that then we're going to pass on. And again, thank you, Chair Rosenworcel and everyone else involved with this. It's been a privilege to be a part of it. Now I'm going to turn it over to Jenna, who is hosting the third panel, and we are going to get in touch after this because it's been a great opportunity to work with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. Hi, I'm Jenna Elsaya, Senior Director of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships at US Telecom, the Broadband Association. This next panel will explore public and private sector workforce development models that are focused on future of work training. When it comes to upskilling initiatives, many successful programs are those that recognize the value of partnerships between industry, academia, government, and local community leaders. I'm excited to welcome our panelists joining us today who can shed more light on that approach. We have Michael John MJ Green, who serves as Deputy Director of Economic Development in Miami-Dade County, Florida. Hi, MJ. And we also have Allison Mitchell, who's the General Manager of Mohawk Networks, a tribally owned broadband company located in upstate New York. Welcome, NJ and Allison. And real quick before we get started, for those watching, just a reminder, you can email your questions to livequestions@fcc.gov. So I'd like to start with why should there be an investment in upskilling, and what prompted your community or organization to focus on this issue? MJ, let's start with you.
Well, thanks for having me. As Miami-Dade County has had this amazing moment, and quite a few folks moving down here are traditionally, our workers have been much more service-based, right? Hotels, different service-based jobs. And it's key for us to continue this upward momentum to upskill some of our workforce. So we're truly looking to work in partnership with our universities, in partnerships with our nonprofit partners that have been doing great work in the community, to try to create pathways to create programming to help people upscale no matter what age they are to find a new career.
Great, thank you. Allison.
That was incredible. I mean, I think speaking on behalf of your community, I think that's absolutely incredible, the work that you're doing. I represent the St. Regis Mohawk tribe in the community of Akwesasne. I'm the general manager of Mohawk Networks. We're a tribally owned broadband company, which puts, I think, a little bit of a different slice on our view of what our priorities are in terms of upskilling and education. I think when we talk about digital equity and looking at what that means for our community, first and foremost, it means connectivity, and it means us being able to have access to broadband. So I think sometimes when I speak on behalf of Indian country, as I feel like I'm doing right now, I think that's an important topic that we shouldn't overlook. We have a broadband network. We have a fiber network that serves most of our community. Akwesasne is, again, we are a Mohawk territory. The U.S. and the Canadian border slices through the middle of our community. The southern portion of our community, as we locally prefer to be able to refer to us as, has a fiber network and a small wireless network as well. The northern portion of our community is building out their own fiber broadband network as we speak, which means right now they are underserved. So when we look at our own community, I think it's important that I speak about our own community's connectivity and our own ability to be able to recognize that all of our students, whether they be early childhood learning or adult learners, it's important that when we look at that slice of how we educate our future leaders and our next generation, we talk about connectivity and access. And that rings true for so much of Indian country. On the upskilling and reskilling of so many of our community members, I think that it is not without remiss that I speak about the St. Regis Mohawk tribe and the workforce development that our own education department puts into play. We have been for years now partnering with local colleges and universities to be able to provide distance learning. We are also a rural community. So when you take a look at rural communities and those existing challenges that you have, when you talk about adult learners specifically, we have to be able to take into account the distance between local schools. And I think that we have done an incredible job locally and being able to work with community colleges and state universities as well, to be able to bring that those distance learning opportunities here to our own community. Additionally, we work very closely with our Office of Economic Development. And our Office of Economic Development has worked tirelessly over the past several years to be able to really offer digital skills and training that really impact our small businesses. And working with they may be local artisans, they may be beaters, they may be painters, they may be basket makers, lacrosse stick makers, all of those trades that they have been taught to be able to learn over the years. from a cultural and a historic preservation perspective is incredibly important to the fabric of our community. So culture and language always plays a big role. And when you look at digital upskilling and the needs of our own existing community, that includes being able to train our small business owners and our local artisans to be able to have those computer-based skills and to be able to adopt broadband in a meaningful way that allows them to be able to continue in 2023 and moving forward. And for that next generation to be able to have those skills that are required, those business skills that are required. The previous panel was speaking about larger grants that are available, and specifically through Google. I know our Office of Economic Development has been supporting our small businesses and doing Google trainings for our small business owners, and I think those are incredible things that we've been doing locally to be able to help engage our younger workforce, to be able to help engage our some of our older, more experienced, more seasonal workers, really employees that need to be able to meet the demands that this next generation is going to be living with.
Great, thank you, Allison. And that actually goes nicely into my next question. I'd like to dive a little deeper in how these partnerships are identified, and I would just love to hear more from each of you about the thought process of who you thought would be the best partners to raise awareness of these workforce development programs. So MJ, I'll throw it back to you. You had mentioned working with local academic institutions and other community leaders. Can you just share more details about those partnerships?
Sure. I think that there's probably 3 or 4 primary partners, right? Obviously, the local government, which is the county. And so our involvement in my office's involvement and our focus on workforce development, a university or multiple universities, which we all partner with and have a great network of universities. I think you also need the nonprofit community involved, right? To provide some of those wraparound services that are needed for individuals as they're moving in a different path or for a different career. And then I think you need the employers. You must have the employers, right? Because you need the job at the end of whatever the training or whatever the program might be. Bringing all 4 of those folks into a room together, I think, is what creates a working program and a fruitful partnership. Last but not also to be forgotten is also the community input, right? And I think hopefully you're getting that from different community stakeholders that are involved in each one of those groups in the way and the process through. And so we really look to figure out what the employers need, what jobs they're really looking to hire for, what skill sets are really needed, work with our universities to create those types of programming, right? To make sure that they are fulfilling the needs of the individual. And then work with the nonprofits to not only get the information out to the community as they have typically the real boots on the ground, the trust in those communities, but also to provide some of those wraparound services, right? Whether that's transportation, which can be a partnership between our transportation office and some of our other partners, childcare, or anything that they really need to make sure that they're able to be successful and fully focused on the program. We believe that the mayor of Miami-Dade County calls herself the collaborator-in-chief, and that all community and economic development must be in partnership with many different stakeholders. So we look to bringing them all to the table to have a conversation, define the actual roles that everyone is going to have, and then move forward in that manner.
Great, thank you, MJ. I love that, collaborator-in-chief. And Allison, I know that you kind of touched on this question already, but is there anything else that you'd like to share about the partnerships that you established in your community?
That's impressive. I love that we're going between Miami and Akwesasne, the Mohawks of Akwesasne. I think we're bringing a very different slice to each of your questions, Jenna. I think that it is important to recognize that from from our perspective. And I would say from my perspective, I think one of the most important things that we need to do, my day job is to keep the lights on, right? To keep our internet running. But beyond that role that we play as a tribally owned internet service provider, we also have a long-term obligation. This is not a project. This is not something that was done to be able to just bring connectivity to the community, because over time, our own broadband adoption and the trajectory of our community's adoption to broadband has grown at lightning speed. And I think we are at the point now, 7 going on 8 years into having a robust fiber network in place. We are at the point now where what we focus on has expanded, and it has expanded into conversations like this, where we can talk about the importance of digital equity, and we can talk about those private partnerships, those public and private partnerships that truly impact our communities. And I think right now, I heard a speaker earlier on an earlier panel. I hope she's listening, and I'm sorry I didn't catch her name, but she talked about conceptualizing new jobs. And I think that is a different term for what I have said, which is we need to be able to make sure that our younger generation have the jobs and the skill sets that are required to be able to meet the demands of our existing and what our community is going to look like 10, 15, 20 for our next generation of leaders, for our next generation of employees. And being able to offer those skills are incredibly important. So working with our local and sometimes not local, from a digital learning perspective, being able to have that access and connectivity is critical for us. And being able to have programs where we work with our local colleges to be able to provide those educational opportunities, again, incredibly important. We are always preparing for our next generation in Mohawk community and throughout Indian country. We talk a lot about our next generation, and I think that's really important as part of the fabric of what we do every single day. We do our very best to keep our reliability, provide high reliability and high availability to our community members, but we also have an obligation to make sure that we are doing much more so than being able to provide internet to the community. We are providing a means to economic diversification. We are providing a means to economic growth, and we're providing a means to distance learning, public safety as well. But when you look at those longer term needs of our community, because we have high-speed internet, because we have broadband access, we're able to become creative and work with those existing partners to make a meaningful impact long-term within our community.
Thank you, Allison. And MJ, I'm just curious, can you talk a little bit about the role that broadband has played in Miami-Dade as you've been implementing your initiatives?
Broadband is huge, right? Broadband is access. Broadband is connectivity. You know, we would like for as many of these programs and as many things as people can do from the comforts of their own home, for them to be able to do that, right? Sometimes that helps them be able to stay with their children and not have to pay for childcare. Sometimes that keeps people off the road and just less traffic, right? Also keeps them from spending money trying to transfer themselves from place to place. But really, it's the connectivity thing, right? We're trying to constantly improve our broadband access. Broadband access is not equal throughout our communities, and that's something that we're really trying to improve. We're looking to see how we can light up parks so they can be a safe place where individuals can be able to access broadband. We saw in the pandemic that some of the brown spots and children going to McDonald's or other fast food locations to try to do their homework, and that's unacceptable. And so we're really working as best we can, and the mayor should be releasing her kind of broadband plan in the next month or so on how we're really going to improve on some of the weak points that we have. But as far as workforce development, I mean, it's an integral part in it, right? You want people to be able to connect, apply, and have conversations and learn about whatever their craft is at any point in time or wherever they are throughout the county as equally as someone that might be in the more affluent areas as well.
Thank you. This next question, I know that education at the higher level has come up in these discussions, but I'm curious what role you see K through 12 education playing in workforce development as well. MJ, why don't we start with you?
You said K through 12?
Mm-hmm.
Huge. Having technology the future creators, the future startups, the future leaders are all in some second, third, fourth grade class right now. So as much as we can empower them, as much as we can offer them as much exposure as possible, the better off that we all will be, right? Even if you look at some of the communities that are traditionally known for tech, Microsoft was putting tech in schools in the state of Washington, 30 years ago, right? And so they have a huge base of possible or future employees. That's something that we're really here focused on in Miami as well, right? That's a longer term play. We need to upskill the current workforce that we have now, right? The 35, 37, 40-year-old, 45-year-old man or woman that's looking for a new career. We want to provide them a pathway and opportunity. The 18-year-old that doesn't want to go to college, we want to provide them a pathway or opportunity. The K through 12 boy or girl in school, we want to expose them to as many things and as many opportunities and as many jobs as possible, so they can really figure out what suits them best, what great gifts from God that they do have, and really push those things forward and have all of the exposure to try to make that decision as best as they possibly can. So exposure and access to internet, digital tools, to technology, K through 12 is hugely important in the future of our workforce.
Thank you. And Allison, what are your thoughts on the role of K through 12?
Love it. I think that, first of all, thank you for saying, again, thank you for all of your comments, because I think I'm really just going to piggyback on the great things that you're saying and be able to translate that into a small tribal community. When you talk about K through 12, it almost warms my heart a little bit, because you have to think of all of the small faces out there who were born with a computer. They've never not been connected, right? They've never not had technology in their hands, and what they have the capacity to be able to do for us in 10, 15, 20 years is nothing short of amazing. So when you look, we can call it capacity and building capacity for skills. We can call it upskilling, but really when you look at that younger generation, that requires an investment. It requires an investment, a very focused investment, and ensuring that our students in grades K through 12 have devices, they have connectivity, and ensuring that they have an affordable connection. Those things that are traditionally and have been barriers for many students who are in Native communities. There are so many communities that still remain unconnected, or underserved, unserved. We are fortunate that most of our community is served. And again, I'm speaking about barriers, right? And those barriers, ensuring that our younger generation have that connectivity, couldn't be any more critical. When the pandemic hit, we know that while we are very fortunate enough to have a fiber network, not all homes, not all households, not all children were fortunate enough to actually be able to have that connectivity in their living rooms, in their homes. And Mohawk Networks, we're a tech company. We're a tech company that 15 years ago didn't exist. I get to speak about the community that raised me. When I look back to my childhood and the opportunities that were out there, the opportunities that I saw, those are very important. Those were meaningful for me. I look now to our K through 12, our next generation of leaders that are sitting in kindergarten right now, and I think we have such a huge obligation to ensure that they have all of the resources that they need to be able to fulfill their dreams. But beyond that, I absolutely take it as a personal responsibility to do my part within the community, to work with our tribal government, to work with our Office of Economic Development, to work with our education department, to work with our local, our Akwesasne Cultural Tourism Division, to be able to work with, who really has found a way to be able to work with so many of our local artisans and allow them to be able to have the ability to be able to work here and to be able to find a means to be able to create their own job in a long-term meaningful way. But when you look at those K through 12 students and what they actually see is what they think that they can do. And again, speaking to our own community, we are a tech company. Our community has a tech company. Our community has that next generation of college students. We have developed a highly skilled workforce. We have field technicians. We have fiber splicers. We have network operations center techs who take care of our community. They keep us connected. But not only that, I think the bigger view on from my perspective in terms of how we ensure that we are doing what we can for this next generation is to make sure that our young students see that they actually see and they feel and they can that it's something tangible, that they recognize that our community has not only a tech company right here on territory, but we are conceptualizing new jobs for our next generation of leaders and our next generation of highly skilled workers, and that couldn't be any more important to the work that we do.
Great, thank you, Allison. Can you both talk a little bit more about how the public and private sectors, along with academic institutions, can work together to ensure that these opportunities and just raising awareness about the different types of jobs that are out there in the future of work, how to reach new and unique talent from underrepresented communities? MJ, let's start with you. I think you're muted.
It's hugely important for us to be able to reach into underrepresented communities. I think we have to relook at some of the folks in which we have traditionally brought in before in the past. I think that we have to relook at who we find as center of influences in these communities. And I also think that we have to go meet the folks where they are. Everything might not be on a college campus. Everything might not be at a government office or facility. That's what community centers and communities are for, right? To have a place to be able to meet people, going into the churches, going into some of the athletic facilities. And again, I think there's that exposure piece, right? How can we put people that look just like folks from these communities that hopefully maybe came from some of these communities to help tell and talk about some of these programs and why they're important? So we have a litany of different partners across Miami-Dade County that are working with us and helping out in this work. I think that's also too why sometimes the nonprofit partners are really important to this work as well and shouldn't just be left out, because they probably have been providing services in the community. They probably have people from the community working there and can be that great olive branch or that extended arm to help us reach deep into those communities to make that change. Our universities, you know, Miami-Dade, we're blessed to live in a minority majority county, right? And so oftentimes you will be able to walk into a room and see someone and some leadership that might look like you or is represented, right? We have our first female mayor of Miami-Dade County, and I'm blessed and fortunate to work with a host of brilliant women in myriad different facets and roles, right? But how do we reach down into the community and show that to the students, right? We just had a mentorship partnership with FIU where we brought all of the Black assistant directors and above from the county out to the Black Student Union to just have an open conversation about the workplace, our careers, being Black in a corporate workplace, microaggressions and different things like that. But it really turned into a bit more of a, you know, how did you get to this job? what career path should I take? And I think those open, honest dialogues and conversations and introducing people to the real people who have these roles are what's going to make and pique, hopefully, someone's interest in taking on that career path. Many of us go on to the jobs that our mothers or fathers had, and that's based on exposure. And so, again, in working with our universities and somewhat changing our traditional methods and the way in which we engage individuals, we hope that we can make a real difference and get someone that wasn't interested in some field interested in the future, they be a leader in that field.
Thank you. And Allison, what's your perspective on this, on expanding access to these opportunities?
Well, I think that it's all, for us, it's all about expanding access, right? We have, I remember less than, just about 10 years ago, I remember I left my community for close to 20 years. When I came home, I was, let's just say that our fiber network was being built. Thankfully, we had a generation of leaders ahead of us that that worked diligently for over a decade to find grant funding to be able to bring a fiber network to our community. When I first came back closer to my community, I realized that we were working off of dial-up. All of our homes were working off of dial-up. 9, 10 years ago. That's really not that long ago. When you think about just 10 years ago, how far we've come and how far we still have to go is critically important to everything that we do. We have to think about how far we have come and how far we still have to go. We were talking about the learning centers and how do you actually bring this information into the community? How do you focus on digital equity and inclusion from all aspects, not just our youth? We're an ISP, but because we're a tribally owned ISP, we function differently than the large carriers. Just fundamentally, what we do is we are a community network. We may have elders who contact us, who may walk through our front door, who may contact our network operations center technicians for troubleshooting advice for their device. We work with our seniors and our elders very closely. We have a senior center, and from time to time, several times a year, our NOC technicians will actually physically go and sit with our seniors, and we'll talk about the Affordable Connectivity Program, how we can impact our own community's connectivity again, and at the same time, maybe do some troubleshooting. Our conversations are a bit different, right? The Akwesasne Boys and Girls Club, which is incredibly important for so many of our youth who rely on the resources that our Boys and Girls Club bring to our community. It's just it's a great place for our children to go. They have access to learning in ways that are just critical to the thread of our community. And being able to work with our tribal libraries as well is another priority that we have that allows us to be able to dig into our community's needs, and talking to our tribal government, talking to the people who are responsible for different areas within our community programs has always been incredibly important to us. From a jobs perspective, we have the Akwesasne Employment Resource Center. They do a tremendous job of being able to work with our employers and to be able to work with people who are looking, job seekers. Mohawk Networks, as a tech company, from time to time, we have the opportunity to be able to work with those local resources and have very close connections to people who are looking for that next opportunity. And if it might not be through a job, it might be through us finding access to a grant. Access to the NTIA has, we've submitted to the NTIA's digital equity grant program, which it's a part of the BEAD funding. But when you look ahead to making sure that our community ISP is focused on making sure that we have an application in for those smaller grant awards, they are, again, they're very important to us finding funding that allows us to be able to continue to reinvest in our community, to be able to not only within our infrastructure, not only within the technology, but with the people and the workforce development. Working with our economic development division is and always has been a very clear priority for us. We have a lot of Mohawk talent. We have developed a highly skilled workforce with Mohawk Networks, and while we focus on connectivity and high availability and high reliability for our community members, we also find it it's paramount for us to work with every tribal program and community program that ultimately impacts how our children learn, and it ultimately impacts our workforce development.
Thank you, Allison. And that actually touches on my next question about funding. MJ, I'll go back to you. I'm curious, are there any existing funding resources that that you've taken advantage of in your community to help put together these programs? And is there any other type of funding resources for other communities that they should be aware of if they're starting up their own?
Sure. I wish I had them all in front of me to be able to give some good information, but there's a host of funding out there, right? We just had a meeting with Shalala Morissette from DOE, the Department of Energy. I mean, there's billions of dollars for a litany of different things, and definitely they do focus on workforce. The United Way down here has received a $20 million grant to focus on workforce. We're partnering with them to be able to do that. And then the Miami-Dade College has received a $25 million grant called the Good Jobs Challenge, and we're working with them. Again, the mayor has a Future Ready plan. It has 3 different pillars, and one of those pillars is workforce. So we have our own dollars that we've allocated, but it's really trying to mix and match those dollars to create programs, to not have a ton of overlap, to identify strong partners and partnerships. And as we talked about the partnership, really bringing all those 4 groups to the table, right? The community, the universities, the employers, and the county together to try to create these programs. So there's a host of money out there. I would, recommend everybody check out the Department of Energy website. Also, obviously, grants.gov is where everything is listed. But there are also a lot of foundations at the moment that are really interested in workforce development. I think that people know that in Miami-Dade County, it's going to be one of the major things that we have to deal with and really trying to support our community and moving forward.
Great, thank you, MJ. And so as you are implementing these programs and starting these initiatives, how do you define success in the short term? And what does success look like and equity in the workforce look like to you in the long term? Allison, let's start with you.
Equity in the workforce, what does that look like to me? I would say that as we implement and as we have implemented multiple programs over the course of the past several years, especially when you look at broadband adoption, for us within our community, it all started with broadband adoption. But as we move forward, digital equity and equity within the workforce, as a Mohawk community, it boils down to connectivity. Quite frankly, when you look at our next generation of students and leaders who may be working, having access to distance learning, and access to maybe a job that is in another country, or at least in a different time zone, I think that there has never been a more critical time for us to ensure that connectivity exists for our community members, and for Native students throughout the country, U.S. and Canada, everywhere, for everybody to be able to have access. Digital equity really means that we all have the same access to be able to participate in the same meaningful way as somebody else who has who also has that same level. So much more to it, but from the perspective that I'm coming from, we have a broadband network that allows our younger generation to be able to attend school in Colorado from home, from Akwesasne. We have, our next generation of employees and workers who may work for a tech company out of Seattle. These are things that 10 years ago weren't possible. These were challenges that our community faced and had to face very quickly, especially within our own community with limited access for some homes. As college students came home, as people had to come home, we were all impacted in different ways, and I think it definitely underscored the need for ensuring that we all have the same level of digital access, and ultimately we all need to work. It's a battle that's never going to go away for us all to look for ways to be able to find digital equity in our communities.
I just want to say quickly, if you don't mind, Jenna, that I put a link in there that outlines some of the amazing resources available, somewhere around $60 billion from the amazing work that the K4 Foundation is doing and putting that together. So I wanted to just make sure to share that with everybody, being that I didn't identify those things directly.
Great, thank you. And I'm not sure if our audience is able to see that. Could you just quickly say what the URL is?
Oh, no, because it's kind of long.
Oh, don't worry about it. That's fine.
Yeah, sorry,
but you
it's in
said
the
it was...
chat. But if you go to blog.k4kapor center, center.org, click around, I'm sure you'll find it.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that. Let's see. So what do you think is needed to scale these types of initiatives so that we're reaching more people? MJ, let's start with you.
To scale these, so I mean, we just have to keep doing the work that we're doing. I am a glass is half full type of guy. I think that this conversation, I think that the people that are here and a part of this conversation, seeing a lot of my friends being some of the folks that have been on some of these panels, I think we're all moving in that direction. We're trying to make it happen, right? Allison is doing great work in her tribal community, so she's trying to make it happen. I think that we need to continue to hopefully leverage these resources that are coming down from the federal government, because this won't always happen. We need to continue to do the good work. I think that we also need to continue to put pressure on some of the large companies that have built these networks and built these networks that disenfranchise large amounts of people. I think that they are oftentimes forgotten and not in these conversations. And that's really can make the change, that can unlock some of these areas. These areas take large investments and they were left out for a reason. I think we have to look at what that reason is and hold some of these extremely profitable companies' feet to the fire. I think some of that is the job of the FCC, right? To continue to make that as equitable as possible. But hopefully, through these conversations, and us all being aligned on making this a difference and knowing that it's a problem, it should be something that we should be able to fix in this amazing country that we live in with more resources than most other places.
Thank you, MJ. Allison.
Michael John, so well put. You talked about the funding that is available right now, and I truly think that it's we're seeing unprecedented funding available for infrastructure build-outs and development. I sit on the FCC Native Nations Communications Task Force, and I am very honored to be able to work with. I believe there are 26 of us that sit on that task force, and we are represented very well throughout the country, and we each bring different challenges to the table. But I think us all being able to understand what those challenges are and how to overcome those barriers together brings so much power to us when we work collectively. Michael John, you referenced that federal funding, and I think every single tribe out there right now is working diligently to be able to get as many grant applications in as we can. We are layering those grants to be able to serve our communities, and I think scaling comes after we know that everybody is connected. And I don't think that we're all going to be connected within the next 3 or 4 years. I think there are diligent efforts that are underway to get us to that point. But to be able to scale these programs is going to take effort and time and us working together. And you said it perfectly, Michael John. We all have to continue to work together. We all have to continue to focus on partnerships and those public-private partnerships and the intersection of those public-private partnerships all have an impact on our communities, a very meaningful impact on our communities, especially when you factor in education and training and skill development. I look at our company as a tech team, and I think that our tech team, our local tech team, we work very closely with our casino as well. Our casino's IT team is an extension of our IT team. Our own tech team has the ability to be able to impact our local community, but in a much more meaningful way, because I think that there's a thread that keeps us all working towards building these relationships and looking for grant funding and looking for different ways to be able to constantly reinvesting in these programs that ultimately help us to be able to grow our next generation of high technology experts, and also our next generation of leaders. So thank you for your time, Nyongo. I appreciate everybody's time today, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak with you, Jenna and Michael John.
Thank you, Allison. And we are near the end of our time, so I just have one more question for each of you. What advice do you have for other communities that are just starting at the beginning? They're just thinking through, what are the needs of our community when it comes to workforce development? What are the resources that we can tap into? Allison, let's start with you.
I would almost start with grants. There are so many grant opportunities out there, and the requirements of the grant force you to be able to work with. They force you to be able to outline the needs of your community, and being able to identify the needs of your own community, what your priorities are in your own community. Many communities have strategic plans for community development. How do you factor into those existing strategic plans and those long-term plans, making yourself available to be able to ensure that you have, even if it's just a sliver of an influence onto a grant opportunity or onto an existing program. I think that we all have to continue to be able to work with each other and to be able to identify those opportunities. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Allison. MJ.
I think all the things that Allison said, I would also say practice what you preach, right? If you're in an organization, does your organization have an apprenticeship program? Is your organization offering internships? Also going into those communities, figuring out what do they need? What are some of the hurdles that they have in front of them? And then trying to marry them with employers and create the programs that are going to lead to jobs. Nothing hurts this work more than individuals to go through some type of training program and not have a job at the end. The wraparound services are hugely important. And let the individual tell you what they need. Let's not assume what they need. And so I think that if we can have earnest and honest conversations in the communities, if we can practice what we preach, and if we can connect the dots via partnerships from the employee to the employer, you will create and have a successful program.
Great. Well, thank you both so much for taking the time to join us today and sharing your insights and experiences. This has been very informative. And Chris, I will throw it back to you.
Thank you so much, Jenna, and thank you so much to our panelists. I really appreciate all of your notes. We are actually going to we're going to take a minute break so that everybody can go ahead and use the facilities or grab a snack. So go ahead and don't leave. We'll be back in about 10 minutes and we'll start at 3 p.m. With a fireside chat. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
I am honored to be here for this fireside chat, important conversation with Professor John P. Gant. Professor Gant is a dean of the North Carolina Central University School of Library Information Services. He is a leader in higher education who helps to make information and digital technologies accessible for everyone. Dr. Gant has published numerous research studies on the disparities in broadband adoption, the future of work and information technology, and advances in digital government. Dr. Gant's most recent work has to do with research and public engagement, which improves digital equity and inclusion in urban and rural communities worldwide. He currently serves as professor, as I said, at the School of Library and Information Sciences at Central University, with the critical need for community anchor institutions, including libraries, to address the digital divide and barriers to information in our society. This 80-year-old school is the only accredited graduate program in the field offered by a historically Black college and university. Since he's been there, he has doubled enrollment to 330 graduate students. He received his MS and PhD degrees from Carnegie Mellon University, where he trained in public policy, information systems, and strategy. Dr. Gant earned his undergraduate degree at the University of Michigan, Go Blue, and he has held faculty positions previously at the University of Illinois, Syracuse University, and Indiana University. During our interview today, we will discuss the process of applying for support, the bandwidth needed to do so, and how to adapt to the necessary training with or without the required personnel or funding. Dr. Gant, thank you so much for joining us. I want to begin, since you have been head of North Carolina Central's Library and Information Services, what do you see as the opportunity for non-traditional anchors to support upskilling?
Well, thank you very much, Melody, and great to be here today. And thank you all for this fireside chat. And it's been an awesome day as we've been talking about the digital ecosystem and digital upskilling and all the challenges and opportunities that are out there. And even very early on today, there's been a lot of comments about the role of higher education in this particular space. Universities are part of, community anchor institutions, and part of that dynamic between large healthcare organizations and universities, which they call meds and eds in the field. But the truth is that the work that gets done happens at the community level across our neighborhoods, across the United States, in rural areas, and so forth. And so there's an important dynamic there for universities to really play a role in trying to help out with digital upskilling and so forth. And I hope today to talk, a lot more detail about that as well. So,
yeah. Well, Dr. Gant, what do you see as the biggest challenge to your institution in upskill training of students in the digital labor force?
Well, I'll take this from a couple different viewpoints. First off is there's a big challenge of trying to figure out what the needs are within our communities. And then secondly, there's a challenge of figuring out how do we work together with our communities to try and solve these problems. And then the third issue is how do we learn from that and assess and continue to make things better? And lastly, how do we sustain this over the long run? In my experience as a professor, I have been really involved in a large number of projects where in research, funded research, about over $33 million worth of funded research, really looking at different approaches for engaging with our communities to help with digital upskilling, advancing access to the internet, dealing with the digital divide, and so forth. And there's a number of lessons that I've learned, through those experiences that I think are important. The first thing is that we need a good vision, right? When you drive a car, you can't drive fast in the fog. And so, in the same way, when we're trying to accelerate and really meet the growing needs that are occurring across our economy, we need a good vision to try and understand where can we make the best investments to really help with digital upskilling and so forth. So I think that's been an important skill that I think and competency that universities have in working with the communities. Now, why do I keep on talking about with and not for or of? Because one of the downside is we know that what often happens is universities are often seen as parachuting in to a community, shaking things up with some research and all this kind of stuff, and then hopping back out. And that's really not the way that you go about it. It's really understanding as a true community anchor institute, part of the community, and you need to drive and work with the community to really develop the vision about where the needs are and so forth. And so I think that's very important to do. I learned some good lessons along the way. Prior to my current role, I was at the University of Illinois, where I founded the Center for Digital Inclusion. And the center is pretty innovative because we spent work in 3 different areas to try and address the digital divide and also to help with digital upskilling. So the first thing that we did is that our university received a very large grant to build out a gigabit broadband network, and it was designed intentionally to serve those that have been unserved or underserved prior to that. So the first folks that were connected were on the other side of the digital divide. But the way that we were successful is that we worked with the community, our community partners, faith-based organizations, all the different churches, the 90-some churches that were in the different neighborhoods that we worked in, with schools, the libraries, the private sector, to work collectively as a group to really try and identify where the needs are and things like that. And I think that's a very important, that's a very important part of the process.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you have partnerships, including in-kind partnerships, partners that provide support for these programs for digital skill training? And do you see this as an opportunity to not only promote, but increase digital equity and diversity in the future workforce?
Yeah, there's not enough funding from one particular source to make all this happen. And so a big part of this is that you've got to work across your community, and it actually creates some great advantages. So one thing I like to do, and a number of folks have talked about different sources of funding, is that you also know funding is also tied to certain types of organizations. So there's some places where universities can go. There's some places that community colleges can go. There's some places your libraries and your schools can go. There's places that your nonprofits can go. And there's places where the private sector can go or contribute. And so always like working in a kind of a coalition fashion with multiple stakeholders working together with a sense of being unified about the core problem of trying to, strengthen our economy to address various critical needs, whether it's health, education, whatever it is. But the second thing, by bringing all those folks together, when there's funding out there, different organizations can take a lead. So if there are places where a nonprofit can go, they can take the lead in going after that funding and put together a proposal that has all the different partners working together. There's places where universities can go and be the lead. So in my current job, here at North Carolina Central, we've just received one from the Department of Commerce from NTIA, the Connecting Minority Communities pilot program, one of the grants. This program is pretty amazing because it's focused on targeting historically Black colleges and universities, minority serving institutions, and tribal colleges and universities to engage with their immediate community to improve connectivity, both within your campus and in your community as well, kind of twin goals working together. And in our proposal, we've received one of the grants, and we're working with 9 different other community partners that are working together. And then there were some additional things that we needed that other partners are bringing in that we weren't able to support through the NTIA grant. So, for example, we're using these really cool mobile labs to go out and do training. And so the library is able to go after some additional funding that's focused on the training side and also supporting those labs that will also be part of the project as well. So those are just some examples of how you kind of diversify your strategy, so you can really, have all the resources together to support all of your partners.
Yeah, in the last panel, Allison Mitchell talked about how there were like lots of grants out here, right?
Yeah.
To begin this work, where would you advise people to go to apply for grants? I mean, you talked about Commerce is where you got your last grant. Is there a repository? Is there some place where people can go to find these grants?
I think as a community, you have to build a capacity to be able to do that. You need to find folks that you work with that also have the sort of that gift and talent for rainmaking, that know how to go out and you want to build a good network of places to go. You're always asking the questions, where are funding opportunities and so forth. When those opportunities do become available, you want to network with that organization to try and understand, what they're looking for. You maybe try and pitch your idea too to get some feedback from them as well. Another thing that you also want to do is be realistic about the time and effort that it takes to find the fund. It takes a lot of time. And then what often happens is that you'll find it and you look up, well, the deadline is tomorrow or in 2 weeks. Yeah. And so there's always this painful trade-off. Do I go for it or not? Do I sacrifice a couple nights of sleep to try and get this done or not, and so forth? A really good proposal should take 150, 200, 300 hours to really put together. But then sometimes you have to, for the good of trying to get it, maybe make some sacrifice to try and work it out. So you want to, have a good network to try and find places. You want to look at the federal government. They've got a lot of good websites, you can search for. And I always look for areas that are within my field. So universities go to National Science Foundation, National Institutes of Health, place like that. But you want to look at other foundations around the country. You want to look at corporations that are also doing a lot of funding in as well too.
How do organizations determine the budget for the a funding amount needed for digital skill training?
So I think in order to determine a really good budget is first to have a good realistic model of how your approach will improve digital upskilling. So one of the mistakes that I see, and I sit on a number of review panels for proposals too, is that often we think there's a lot of talk in the news now that if we build more computer science programs or more coding programs and things like that, automatically that's going to create the upskilling that's necessary for people to land these jobs. The challenge is that that's a deterministic point of view, right? Deterministic means like when we watch a TV commercial, and if I buy that convertible, I'm going to look 15 years younger, 30 pounds lighter, and be the smartest person in the room. That never happens. But instead, when we're talking about digital upskilling, you have to think about the context in which it's happening. What's the context within your community to make it happen? What desires do people in your community have? And then how can you help reach that? So you want your budget to be very realistic in trying to shape that, because the strongest budget is going to be one that aligns to, here are all the different things I'm going to say I'm going to do in the grant, and here's how my budget reflects the activities to get that done. Because reviewers typically go through a very basic process where they'll basically enumerate all the things you say you're going to do, and then look at the dollar value for the activities. And if there's a good alignment between the two, it looks like there's sufficient dollars to support the staff and the other resources, then you tend to score really high in the assessment of your project. Where there's a mismatch, that's where you tend to score low. And a lot of people will make mistakes in creating a budget, but then they'll include things in their narrative that aren't included in their budget, and that often gets you into the bottom quarter of the reviews. So I think that's important to do. The size of the budget is going to depend on the organization that's there. I always encourage everybody to try and max that out as much as you can. Minimize in-kind, because in-kind doesn't help you get any better unless it's required. And then be realistic about everything that you're going to say that you're going to do, and make sure there's a clear narrative so they can see the link between the two.
So let's go back to the timeline question. So you said a good timeline in preparation may be between 100 and, did you say 100 and 300?
Yeah, I did.
Wow. Wow. So, what is the expected timeline for a response, for an answer?
Of course, we want the answer as soon as we send it in, and we want it to be yes. Organizations are mindful of that, and they are, they typically turn those around in 4 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks kind of thing. Typically, the proposals will go through a multi-layered review process. So when you're writing, remember you're writing to multiple audiences, too. You're writing to the audience of the agency itself, um, and those frontline folks that are administering the program. But then often there are higher sets of goals. So it's also important to understand what's the overall mission of the organization that you're applying to. Have they been involved with any strategic planning work and so forth that's shaping their vision and direction and their perspective on the issue? And so that's why I think it takes a bit of time. The second thing on writing a good proposal is to pass it around with your partners so that they can be involved with the process. Again, don't parachute in, but really work with each other and do it in a way that allows yourself to get a lot of feedback. A third thing that's important in that timeline is develop some kind of pilot so you can prove your concept. Don't let this be the first time that this idea has come out, but actually prove your concept. And when we're working on upskilling our community, I think an important part of getting that vision is doing some stakeholder mapping. Go out in your community and engage with stakeholders, try and truly understand where the needs are and where your stakeholders are willing to support or not support different ideas to move forward. Where there's alignment, you can move those ideas forward. Where there's disagreement in your work with your community stakeholders, work with them to try and break down those barriers, especially when it comes to this upskilling, because it does require organizations to really contribute together to come up with good curriculum, good plan, good training, good assessment for the upskilling plans for your community that you might try and impact through your proposal.
You do work both in the urban and the rural areas, right? And you talk about stakeholder involvement. For someone who is, that's easy to find in urban environments, right? But for rural environments, who are the likely people that you would attempt to, engage for something like this?
Well, on the digital upskilling side, of course, your employers, the business, the economic base of the community is key. And then I tend to do a 360-degree thing when trying to identify the stakeholders beyond that. So the education sector, your K-12 community colleges and higher ed as well. Your healthcare is also a big anchor that's always important to bring in here. Public utilities are another. And then what people call non-traditional anchor institutions, but the community-based organizations, the faith-based organizations, those folks that are on the front line helping. And a good thing to do is kind of a snowball method, whereas you talk with people and understand what's going on in the community. I always like to close with a couple questions is, who else should we be talking with? And then that question I heard earlier today, what does success look like? Too. And those are always important things to try and do. It's also with the upskilling, you also want to know what's worked in the past and what's failed in the past around the upskilling, because there's a lot of talk about it. There's a lot of one-off types of projects. So it's always good to get a sense of where the failures have been too.
I was going to ask you that. What are some of the potential problems that may arise after funding or support that may be preventable with better planning by you as a solicitor or by the agency or grantor?
Well, I had a colleague tell me that one of the best things you do when you submit a grant proposal is, one, shop it around to a lot of different places. Usually you're going after one, but you've done such a good job of writing it, you should be able to go to 3 or 4 or 5 other places. Secondly, the reason why you want to do that is because you want to try and bring in multiple sources of funding that have different timelines, because you want to get to a point where you can extend your project long enough to really be able to sustain it and scale it. Thirdly, build in that assessment piece with your stakeholders who want to take a stake in the project, who are willing to say, as this project finishes, here's our plan to complete. And in fact, the thing that funders really like to see is a part of your project include that training and include that work with it as one of the outcomes.
What agencies or private entities, Dr. Gant, would you recommend to other anchor institutions that you consider are particularly helpful, like in the area of providing support or in the application process?
So that's a really good question. It kind of depends on your problem that you're looking at. This upskilling, the sectors within our communities are very different. And so my recommendation is that's also part of your pre-planning work, is to ask your stakeholders, okay, where do we want to work? Is this going to focus on improving health outcomes, educational outcomes, the environment, upskilling in those different areas, manufacturing, biotech, et cetera. Then secondly, there are organizations that will help you go out and search the world for those sources of funding, and I would engage with those folks. And I would engage ones that are very legitimate, that aren't out for their own selves. There are some people that you'll engage with where they want a fee for finding this, and I call that a hustle. That's not what you want. You want somebody who has your best interest, that will take your project and has a good database to search, and also has the way of opening the door so they can get you out in front of those folks as you're going through this process too. So I would do that, and there's lots of different sectors, to look at. But I would either build that capacity within your team, or find somebody that you can engage with, or a company or organization that you can consult with to help you do that.
My final question is: there is a lot of interest in how universities can solve problems in their community and improve upskilling. Is it easy to think about how big and resource-rich universities can play a role? But you are dean of the only School of Information at an HBCU in the United States, right? What are you planning, or what are you learning from your role that could be beneficial to other universities that can help them with their with their upskilling?
So, I was at a very large Research One university, land grant, Illinois. It was great for being able to do this. And there were a lot of resources. I'm at North Carolina Central, we're an HBCU. We're a small regional comprehensive university, 8,000 or so students. And so some of the lessons learned is you've got to also think about how do you change your organization so that you can go after and work on these problems systemically. So how do you change promotion and tenure? How do you change the mission of your organization so that you really have a license to be able to go do this? It takes a lot of time and investment to make all these things happen, which may not align with what your mission of your university is. So I think you don't want to do one-offs just to get the money. You want to say, how do I systematically change? So one thing is, I sit on our accreditation committee, and we're accredited for being a community engaged university. And so I've got to go through and look at all of our structures to make sure that we have the right structures to give the faculty and the staff and our students the resources and the autonomy to be able to go do that work. Likewise, we're working community partners. What is their strategy? What systematic changes can they make, and how they do things to work collectively, to try and solve these problems? So I think those are some important things to be able to do.
And finally, success at North Carolina Central, doubling the amount of students in the program. Talk to us about your process in that, right? Because that is quite impressive in the period of time that you've been there to have doubled it. How have you done that?
I think it's important that your mission of your school fits your purpose. If, as dean, I came in and I said, look, I feel that school, like our purpose of being a program in information science, which is computer science and all things digital, as well as a program in library science, help run libraries and museums and all that kind of thing. At the end of the day, I said, we had to really have that vision of our purpose, and that purpose is improving access to information for everyone. And then skills in the workforce to be able to do that. So organizing around a purpose like that, because that helps to unify us to be able to move forward. And I think that's probably the most important thing. It's easy then to go talk to students and say, hey, come to our program. because we're going to not only give you the skills, but we're going to use our community as your laboratory. We're going to use our world as your laboratory to learn how to do things. I heard in the earliest session from the New America Foundation, and Jean, she mentioned about using GIS. I've been teaching GIS for 30 years. Mm-hmm. And that's the model I learned when I first learned how to do the mapping types of tools, is use that as a tool to go out and make a difference in community. It's the same sort of model here, because you're organized more than just what you're learning in the classroom. But for graduate students in particular, you're also learning about how to go out and make a difference. And that really excites people to want to come and use that model for whether it's building the workforce around archives and records management, digital creation, big data, artificial intelligence, and those kinds of things, because you're really working on skills that are helping your community that we live in day to day. And then you can take those skills and go work for Google and Apple and all the rest. You can work with these organizations as well too and make a big difference. And I think that kind of inspiration helps students say, yeah, I really want to go there, and so forth. And I think that's probably a big part of what's helped.
Great. Dr. Gann, thank you so much for your time. It's been really enjoyable hearing you speak to this. You are foremost authority, and we really appreciate your counsel today. Our next panel deals with how non-traditional anchor institutions accelerate digital adoption and upskilling. To introduce the panel is Amma Nahuja, who is the co-chair of the CEDC's Workstream 3. I'd like to turn it over to her now. Okay, Nahuja.
Thanks, Melody. And thank you, Dr. Gant. That was a wonderful session, an expose on North Carolina Central's work in addressing the internet digital broadband divide in the workforce. So now we're on to the last panel, and which also addresses non-traditional anchor institutions and their role in accelerating digital adoption and upskilling for the workforce. This panel will both discuss and model practices they have employed as respected local institutions, which in some cases have been able to expand their successful models to communities outside of the institution's geographical area. The extent and type of training for target populations will range from junior high through college, typical training through crisis intervention, and we'll discuss how to maximize partnerships with existing local, state, and federal institutions to utilize resources and identify ideal next steps needed. The panel will share with you activities and training their organizations provide for their target populations, including underserved and opportunity-deprived groups in the U.S. After hearing from them, you'll think, why ever are we just hearing from them now? That was certainly our view, and why Workstream 3 is so excited to bring you this panel. The panel will be moderated by Kathy Schubert, who is the CEO of Strong Women Alliance. But first, I just want to give you a little insight to who our panel experts are. Now, their full bios are, on the website or the listing that the FCC provided, but I just wanted to say a few words because these are really exceptional people, like everyone else at the forum, of course. We have Jeff Heffington, who is the Executive Director of Diversify Architecture in Durham, North Carolina. He will share with us why and how his organization is laser focused on literally diversifying the field of architecture to ensure that development, redevelopment, and planning in communities are enriched by having representative members of those communities seated at the table as architects for the community's future. We have Dr. Yolanda Majors, who is founder and CEO of HILD, which is the Hurston Institute for Learning and Development, located in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Dr. Majors is passionate about upskilling, mentoring, and exposing young adults and their families to the resources and training needed to be productive and successful in their communities and in the workforce. We also have Dr. Fallon Wilson, who is a lead principal investigator for Black Tech Futures Research Institution and also Vice President of Policy for Multicultural Media and Telecommunications Internet Council. Dr. Wilson launched a national campaign in Black churches targeting broadband and digital equity matters, is a member of the State of Tennessee's Future of Workforce Task Force, and worked with Nashville, Tennessee Smart City Plan. We have Aden Gonzalez, a current White House fellow, who is founder of Puede Network in Dallas, Texas. The network is a family empowerment organization in local communities, including his old and current neighborhood of Oak Cliff in Dallas, Texas. He will share his expert insights on the importance of community involvement with families to accelerate and succeed in educational aspirations, community action, and digital embracement. And we have Christelle Ciarza, is the founder of the Asian Business Collaborative, and Ciarza, a 360-degree public relations and advertising firm. Krista will share her insights and expertise as a member of the Change Agencies, which focus on inclusive and authentic communications to multicultural and LGBTQ communities. Accessing and training the U.S. workforce of the future requires that digital information and communication be in touch and resonate with all underrepresented groups. Now, with that, I will turn the mic over to Kathy Schubert, who is going to engage all of these panelists in this wonderful discussion about non-traditional anchor institutions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nahuja. Just before we begin, if any members of the public want to send questions to our panel, you can email those to livequestions, that's all one word, at fcc.gov. And we'll try to answer those as we go. Welcome, panel members. It's great to see you all here. I will go ahead and jump in with the questions. Nahuja already gave us just a brief soundbite about each of your organizations, but if each of you could go around and give us a brief overview of your organization, your work, the population you serve, and also tell us a little bit about why your program or organization was developed, and how does digital inclusion or digital upskilling fit into that. So I'm just going to go around my screen since we've got several panel members. So Christelle, would you start?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Crystal Ciarza. I actually have a couple different roles. So I was asked to be on the panel on behalf of the United States Pan-Asian Chamber of Commerce. And my role is very unique. As some of you may know, sometimes we have one responsibility, but 5 others come in tow. So I am first the CEO of Ciarza. We are a public relations, advertising, and digital marketing agency here based in New Mexico and in San Diego. In 2020, I started my business in 2014. In 2020, during the pandemic, New Mexico had no representation in terms of Asian-owned businesses, meaning when it came to conversations about the digital divide, when it came to conversations about policies, finding out funding challenges and resources, I created the Asian Business Collaborative. And so I sit as their volunteer executive director, and my community is the APINH community. During that time and during 2020, our area of focus at the Asian Business Collaborative is focused on case management for Asian APINH owned businesses, as well as education and advocacy. Which is where the digital divide conversation really comes in. So it's a little bit of, the marketing agency, a little bit of ABC. And the Change Agencies is also a really great tool. So I'm a member of the Change Agencies, and we're a group of multicultural and Asian-owned, multicultural and underutilized community members that have a network of roughly 8 agencies that are in the communications world. More so, not on the broadband or not on the physical side, but more so on, ethics and public relations and conversations around communications. So that's the role. Did I answer all the questions, Kathy? I have so many rules.
I believe you did. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yolanda, would you go next, please?
Absolutely. And thank you again to the Commission for this invitation. My name is Dr. Yolanda Majors. I too, as I'm sure the majority of you do, play multiple roles. I'm going to keep it short, and I can say a little bit more about myself as we go through the question and response. I am an associate professor. My background is in learning sciences, which is the study of how people learn. I am also the founder of the Hurston Institute for Learning and Development, which is located in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Happy to be here.
Great, thank you. Jake, would you mind going next?
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Jake Heffington. I'm an architect in Durham, North Carolina. I actually live and work about 5 minutes from Dr. Gant over at NCCU, which is fun. I run an organization called Diversify Architecture, which, as was already mentioned, is a 501c3 nonprofit that was created to transform the professions that design our world. So looking at the ecosystem of architecture, urban design, urban planning, town planning, etc. A large percentage of the folks involved in that series of decisions, is how we refer to it, are white males. And that's really problematic because if we look at development patterns over the last several decades, really for all of time in America, they tend to harm BIPOC communities. So the fact that there's not representation in those fields is super problematic. So we've done a deep dive into the available data on where we see attrition in minority groups dropping out of the educational pipeline in architecture and related fields, and created a series of programs that focus around a few critical barriers that those communities face in a path toward licensure. And primarily we work with middle and high school students with some also have a program or two that are pointed more at young professionals who are working their way toward licensure. But that's essentially what we do. We're set up in the Raleigh-Durham area primarily, but we have programs that extend up and down the East Coast, and are next fall starting a couple of programs in California as well. So.
Great, thank you. Very interesting. Aiden, would you mind talking about your organization?
Absolutely. Muy buenas tardes. My name is Adan Gonzalez. I'm currently a White House Fellow placed at the U.S. Department of Education. And to give you a brief understanding, I am the founder of the network. And to really connect why our organization was developed, I first have to say that our success is when we're no longer needed. And that's important to mention from the beginning, because as proud as I am to amplify the work and the voices of the community that have amazing human capital, they're just waiting for that opportunity, and our responsibility as leaders is to make sure that we are able to connect them with it, is that I have to first make that clarification. That being said, with the responsibility of why the network was created a little bit over 10 years ago, I applied to college at the Corporate McDonald's with a borrowed laptop when Wi-Fi wasn't available and I didn't have a laptop myself. So it's a responsibility as a son of immigrants, both custodians, and my biggest heroes is that I learned quickly that once I learned English, I had to learn how to translate. So you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, all at the age of 10. And so through my life, I've been very fortunate where people have believed in me before I could believe in myself. You guys heard of some of them. One of my mentor, Antonio Tijerino from the Hispanic Heritage Foundation, is exactly an individual. And why it makes sense, I'll bring it back full circle, is that through our work, we are meeting families where they are, whether it's social around services from food insecurity or recreational activities, creating a safe space, listening to them, asking them what they are interested in, not us just coming in with, you follow this formula, but more than anything, figuring out their interest and keeping them more, not just busy, but having intentional activities that ultimately allow them to thrive in an environment that sometimes wasn't created for us. So I know I'm throwing a lot, but part of, at the end of the day, the today, as a representative Puede is that a little bit about 5 years ago, we had and the Hispanic Heritage Foundation, FCC Commissioner Ms. Jessica Rosen, unfortunately I just chopped her name and I apologize, but they came into our neighborhood and we built a classroom backyard with Wi-Fi access and internet for everybody. And that was just a small opportunity where it means to meet people where they are and actually walk that walk. And so in short, I'm excited to be here today and contribute to the many talented voices in our community. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Your enthusiasm is infectious. All right. And last but not least, Fallon, would you like to tell us about your work and your organization?
And it's Adrian. Is that your name? The person who last spoke.
Thank you for asking. Adan?
Thank you so much for the energy. It's late in the afternoon, and so thank you. The energy is needed. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fallon Wilson. I'm the Vice President of Policy at the Multicultural Media Telecom Internet Council, which is a very long name, and people always say telecommunication. It is telecom. Let's get that together. But in DC, we just say MMTC. I probably am going to be on the panel talking about the work that we do with African American churches across the country to address the digital divide and why they should be seen in some ways as appropriated community anchor institutions to do this work for African American communities across the country. Trying to see exactly, did I answer everything? I know we want to jump into the questions, and so I'll pause there.
So the next question, again, we'll do a round robin. What current partnerships or resources have you utilized for your programs? How do those partnerships help your work? Can you tell us some of the pros and the cons that you have found in utilizing those partnerships? And why don't we, we'll go backwards this time. Fallon, do you want to start?
Sure, why not? Yes, partnerships. I partner with African American churches. I think I probably should have said a little bit more. The reason why African American churches are super essential to this conversation of digital equity is that historically they have been the site of what I believe is how we have built so much economic prosperity for the African American community in this country. The reason why we have HBCUs, they came out of African American churches. The reason why we have credit unions that are created by Black people came out of African American churches. The reason why we have a civil rights movement came out of African American churches because it was a counter public to a predominantly racialized and oppressive country that did not want us. And so before, integration happened, it was a place where we developed skills and community. And it is still a place where we develop skills and community, especially when I think about the future. I like to tell the story that Black churches are not new to this discussion of innovation and technology. We have always had computer labs. They may not be the best computer labs. They are those big IBM computers that, may not have the latest Microsoft 11, which is messing up my life right now. But we've always had them because y'all know what the updates, right? Microsoft, thank you. They may not have been necessarily for computer science or for the types of digital upskilling that we're talking about in this conversation or throughout the day, but they were definitely there to help people find jobs in their fellowship halls, in their fellowship basements. And so I'm talking about early public computing in the 90s. We have always had it. Secondly, I like to say that Black churches are not new to this because they are our partners in this work, is that before there was Zoom and the pandemic, African Americans' belief and their faith convictions drove them online. And so they were a part of what we call streaming faith. They literally went online to watch church, right, on their dial-ups. And so I try to contextualize this conversation because the assumption is that, and often people of color and people of faith across racial and ethnic groups don't understand innovation, and they do. And also to say that we have a history here that we can build upon. And so when we think about the type of partnerships that we create with Black churches for digital equity, is that we work with all our denominations and non-denominations in this country. If I had to list every African American denomination, we would be here all day. But that is to say that we work with their senior leaders to identify amazing folks that can represent them in the state level about digital equity and BEAD and DEA and all the things of the monies and how to drive them to their communities. I'm going to stop there because I think I may have talked a little bit much, but hopefully I answered your question, Kathy.
Yeah, I think so. I guess the only part that didn't come out was, have there been any cons, any challenges in those partnerships?
It's not the people. It's never the organizations. Let's be clear. It's never our churches. It's never our HBCUs, our tribal colleges. It is how people perceive and see our institutions that is the challenge here. And so when I say that African American churches should be directly given dollars from BEAD and DEA to do computer science training or to do digital upskilling or to be a place to talk about data and mapping, the assumption is that we don't have the talent within those institutions to drive it. So we feel more comfortable giving it to a higher education institution, which I'm not against. Shout out to Dr. Gantz. Really loved your previous comments. However, they're not connected to my cousin, my sister, my auntie. They are connected to their faith institutions. And so for me, the con is often the people who have the resources who don't see the value and the value added of Black and brown institutions that have been created by our own hands, right, to do this work. And so they'll bring us on as a partner. They'll tag us on to a grant, but they never let us be the stewards of our own destiny. And so if anything, there's a con, that is the con.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, thank you. Aden, would you like to go next?
Absolutely. First, thank you for asking me about the pronunciation of my name. I think at the end of the day, that is what we carry, parents and identity-wise. And that being said, the partners that I want to focus on for our organization is our parents. The parents we serve as partners, and that is partners in the process of from understanding what's the need. There's different type of community within the community, the diversity of the types of people that we're dealing with, right, or working with, or serving. And I think that's grounded on the idea that we don't need anyone to save us. We need the opportunities to be able to thrive in our talent. And it is a buzz phrase, but at the end of the day, is what we truly believe. And giving examples, when we have service events at our community, is we try to make sure that kids early on, as early as 4-year-old kids that are in a program to 18, that they're the ones leading the efforts. It's not someone coming in from a different neighborhood to empower us, that we can do that ourselves, that we can be proud of where we're from. And I think, again, it goes back to partners being able to educate parents on, if the majority of our parents are immigrants, and they are very grateful for the education that we receive in this country. But my job is to say that while it is grateful, is that we also need to demand more, demand equity in efforts and in preparation. And I think being able to educate our parents that where the shortcomings exist, preparing them of how to ask questions and how to advocate for their kids. Those are the small, again, examples of how we are prioritizing our partnerships with the parents at the end of the day. Because of our work that we're trying to empower their youth, we need to make sure we empower their parents. The cons within the parents, I think the truth is, I was born and raised in the hood. Like, I am from Oak Cliff, South Oak Cliff, to be specific, and I have an elite Ivy League education. But at the end of the day, those are theories and numbers. It's about understanding stories and also having the temperament and the empathy and grace to bring people up, but bringing them at their pace, at their tone, at their language. And sometimes a con of like making sure where it's in the when you're in for the long run, sometimes change doesn't happen at the speed that you want, or it's a culture shift. And to be able to say that we're going to have culture shifts, it's something that can be dangerous, but it's such a very sensitive topic. So that's within the parents themselves. Now, the way in the narrative that's being portrayed in institutions of power, it's a big con where a lot of times we're, yes, we don't have certain resources or needs, but we do care. um, and it's just being able to own that narrative. It's a challenge because a lot of times, especially in grants or how they measure outcomes, it's not right. It's just the simple when difficulty when you are trying to have real impact and intentions with people, and then when you have to. In short, were you guys able to hear me?
No? We lost you for maybe 2 seconds there, and but you're back. So
that's our partnerships and our con.
Thank you. Jake, would you mind going next?
Sure. Great panel. I loved what you just said. Change doesn't happen at the speed that you want it to. Boy, that's the truth. That actually is a good maybe segue for our organization. That's kind of at the core of everything that we have to think about. In architecture, buildings take a long time, design takes a long time, and urban planning even longer. We're looking at decades and decades of preparation before projects are put into place. So what we're thinking about, generally speaking, when we look at trying to establish some kind of social change when it comes to development, we're looking way down the road. I think one thing that we've realized as an organization early on is all of the sort of silver bullet policies that we as an entire community have been trying to develop to curb the effects of things like gentrification and disinvestment in communities have fallen flat. And for us, a major component of that is that they're unsustainable when the folks who are making decisions, the people in power, again, are not representative of the communities that need for those effects to be curbed. So what we've sort of set out to do is take a step back and say we're not going to be able to solve these problems. What we have to do is change the power structure so that in architecture, for instance, there's not 2.4% of licensed architects acting or who are African American, and 3.4 who are Latinx, and 1% who are Indigenous peoples. But that the people who are in power and able to start creating these solutions are actually speaking from a place of having skin in the game for the communities that are being served, for the communities that have historically been damaged by not only policy but also private development that policies just sort of allowed to run rampant. So for us, the key partnerships that we have chosen to facilitate, along with the professional organizations like the National Organization of Minority Architects, as well as the American Institute of Architects and others, are really with our schools, public school systems, and local neighborhood organizations. Our primary programs are addressed at awareness of the fields that influence development at an early enough age for folks to be drawn through the traditional pipeline and enter those professions, and then admittance to universities, which is a really complicated thing when it comes to architecture because there's a specific little requirement of a design portfolio that's really catches folks off guard. So we've created our programs addressed primarily at those age groups. So our primary partners end up being school teachers and neighborhood and local organizations that deal with students. Right now that looks like museums, it looks like community organizations, after-school programs, and then a whole bunch of just public school teachers who are working asked about pros and
we missed the last little bit there, Jake. You were frozen.
And
still.
In terms of con.
Okay. Jake, I'm sorry, you seem to have frozen. So I will go ahead and move on to Yolanda, if that's okay. And if you have a burning thing you needed to tell us, Jake, we'll come back to you. Go ahead, Yolanda.
All right, thank you, Kathy. I want to say that this is such a pleasure to listen to everyone on this panel. I'm super excited about your work. Fallon, I particularly resonate with your work. Hild actually started in a beauty parlor. And the work that I've done over the years has been to identify the cultural assets and community forms of reasoning that have currency in exchange for academic learning and problem solving. And so for many, many years, I've documented those practices that are STEM-based and literacy-based that take place in conversations and actually in the practices of spaces like beauty parlors. I call these culturally shared and situated sites of labor, like the churches, the bars, the bodegas. And I've studied those from an anthropological perspective to really understand from a community context perspective what it means to be, to learn, and to thrive in those spaces. And so I'm really excited and thrilled to hear about the partnerships that you guys are engaging in, because I engage in those as well. From the standpoint of the work that I do with the Hurston Institute, let me say that I am a recovering academic, so I'm a tenured professor. My journey, however, has never been prescribed to be I came into this work with a very deliberate intention of connecting directly to the community, and I really appreciated our opening speaker, Dr. Gant. But from the standpoint of being an academician, I also understand that it is not always possible or always actuated that a university will engage in the community. So Fallon, I resonate with you and recognizing how we are often called upon to do various things for various purposes, but my purpose and my journey has always been to inform the community. One thing that I've actually been focusing on for the last 5 years is how do we create and design programming that draws on the deep level of knowledge and science that we as academicians engage in, and how can we bring that into practice? And so a part of my background has been trained in the area of linguistics and anthropology. And to understand what it means to learn within the cultural community context, you really have to understand, I want to underscore that term, context. From a STEM standpoint, for about 2 years, I actually worked at a hair salon as an assistant professor, in order to understand what are the actual practices that individuals who are training as apprentices within that space apply to the work that they do, the skilled work that they do. What does that look like? And what I recognize is that there is academic learning, there's skills that are ascribed to STEM that we learn in school, and then there's practices and ways of being with the community, but then there's a third space where people take that information and knowledge and they apply it to what they understand about that context, which isn't written or ascribed into books. And so from that little third space, we're able to kind of figure out, how do we connect better to students? How do we make use of their own cultural, social, academic funds of knowledge that often enter into a blind spot of classroom instruction? So in order to kind of test out those theories that I learned while working in a hair salon as an assistant associate professor, I taught high school English. I wanted to understand what are the practices that people engage in the church, right? The discourse, the call and response that can be used to help those who are learning and thriving in AP English. And so for 3 years, we worked in a curriculum that does that. So I'm naming my partners right now without really naming them. So right now, I'm going to tell you who exactly my target is, and that is the family. But specifically, we aim to provide supports from our STEM programming within Hild to the eldest child of a single parent household. We believe by focusing in on the eldest child, who is often adulterated, often expected to try to thrive and survive on their own, often seen as the role model for their younger siblings. If we can help them, then we are helping that household. And so our work focuses on programming to provide mentorship and STEM opportunities to adolescents and young adults within that space. I'm going to speak very specifically about one program, and I actually earlier today, I'm so excited. We were talking about a program that we're calling Shop Talk on the Green, where we are designing a golf program in order to introduce kids to the ideas that underscore golf, which is science, geometry, physics, right? Anatomy, all those things that people who play golf, who are members of dominant society, understand and apply. But because our students and our kids, who come from low income, non-dominant communities within Minnesota, don't have the access, right? And oftentimes STEM experiences are not things that are actuated in the classroom, but you have to get those in out of school time spaces. So providing them with those opportunities and then layering on top of that mentors from the community, by the community, who are experienced corporate executives who are like us from the hood, right, on West Side Chicago. Honestly, you can't get more hood than that. So we come together intergenerationally to provide the socio-emotional and academic supports that we know our students need. The cons to that is, as an anchor organization, our institute struggles with money like everybody else, right? Right now I am working and thriving at Northwestern University. And I'm at Northwestern University in Chicago in order to observe the infrastructure, not of an academic community, not of the various 9 communities, South Side, West Side communities of Chicago, but to understand how a city provides an infrastructure to support anchor organizations. Whereas within my state, it is very difficult to receive what I call hard infrastructural supports that help us to thrive, that help us to pay the bills. We can't have a program if we don't have the dollars to support the program. So as much as I can say we are doing this work, we're supporting the community, I think that one of the challenges is how do we get the philanthropic world, right, and the federal, state, regional world to communicate so that we can make this kind of work happen. And so for me, that's the con. It's a struggle. And I think Dr. Grant, he pointed this out, is that, how do you scale as an organization really requires kind of connecting to aspects of your own organization that can help you scale, right? But those are not free. So a lot of this work is really built on just more of a continuity where we're partnering with other CBOs to help make this work happen, right? I'm working at a university to help pay the bills, right? So the question for us is like, how do we make this work sustainable? How do we meet those challenges? And I'll stop there.
Can I respond to her? Or are
yeah,
you doing
I was
round?
say, Fallon, I saw your hand up. Go right ahead.
I just want to say I too am a recovering academician, so great and welcome. I also want to say your comments are so spot on. Primarily, I said the con was the people not seeing the value of our institutions. That is still the con, but the root of the con is just capital access. And to the point, I don't think we're having a really intense. As a nation, we of nonprofits that are doing this work, I think we have to have a very critical conversation now about how post George Floyd, right, the scarcity of the economy and inflation, and how companies, foundations are beginning to roll back funding from our organizations. Yeah. At the moment where we have opportunities for BEAD and DEA funding to like really push us forward to do the work and scale the work that we're doing. I think to your point, it is the idea that you're multicational and not bivocational. You are multicational. You have your Northwestern job. You have your Hurston Institute that you created out of the love for your people. You have all the community activities that you get called into because you are a connector. And it's unfortunate that we don't have consistent conversations on how to support diverse leaders on this call who do what I call like magical work with little resources, not have a critical conversation about the funding structure to ensure that we continue to scale our digital opportunities for Black and Brown communities, and specifically how you should be at the table at the state of Minnesota, right, driving the digital equity planning for your state. And so I just had to say, I hear you. I am multicational. You know, I created my own center because there are questions as a researcher that I want to be able to ask and answer for people who look like me that may not make it available to do in certain institutions. But I appreciate your storytelling, and you too have given me such energy and many things to think about when doing this work. But the truth of the matter is, I think we gloss over the con. The con is that we are multicational, doing a lot of work without resource, but yet not having a critical discussion and holding government, foundations, and companies accountable for this notion of scarcity that's being put into the universe for why they can't fund our nonprofits.
Thank you, Val. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I hope that we can continue the conversation.
I LinkedIn you.
Thank you. I want to pass it on to our colleague who's been waiting patiently.
Yes, go right ahead, Castalia.
Oh no, I'm throwing my hands up in the air because, you know, I wore jade for a reason today. Jade is the color of my necklace, or the stone, because it talks about jade is in Chinese culture. I'm Filipino, but in Chinese culture, it's a representation of wealth, security, and what was the word? Like relentlessness, I think was the word that in my research. And the reason why, like, I think it was serendipitous for all of us to be in the room together and to have these meaningful conversations is because when you all said people like us that are like the stones in the community, like those anchor pillars in the communities of color, have started to struggle with limited resources, with limited funding. I know the conversation is digital divide. And I appreciate the fact that our conversation is about digital divide, digital inclusion, et cetera. But how do you do digital inclusion work when you can't even afford it? Number one. How do you do digital inclusion and digital upskilling work if you can't even understand it because you can't get over the language barrier? That's the challenge that we've seen at the Asian Business Collaborative. I appreciate when, you know, all of us have talked about our various different communities from an underserved perspective, but I'll tell you that the leaders and the mentors that I've had in the Asian community here in New Mexico in particular have taught me that the digital divide is of the utmost importance, but the basics of communication and communication access, which is language, is one of the hardest things we actually have to overcome as an Asian community. And so how I started to learn more about the community, the API-NH community nationally, was actually after the unfortunate murders in Atlanta, and those murders were replicated, unfortunately, here in New Mexico. And when we started to talk to our partners, like the Asian American Foundation, when we started to talk to US PAC, the Asian community were safety and security, language access, access to capital, etc. And so inclusion was actually part of the back burner, right? Inclusion and digital upskilling was of the back burner because there was a different way of our Asian communities operating, right? So I think about what are the current partnerships and resources to utilize our program. Luckily, you know, ABC has a proven model that if your three pillars are case management, advocacy, and education, government, corporate, and small business can come together to assist a community of color, right? We're an example of it because we've had very, very loud voices like myself, like my board, like our advocates in the sister organizations that we have, like our New Mexico Asian Family Center, But I'll take the example, and I think where digital divide actually opens doors for us at ABC, and it opens doors for the Asian community, specifically in business, is that the corporations, I'll point one great donor, for example, for ABC is actually Comcast, Xfinity Comcast, Comcast Universal, right? They're a phenomenal donor, had a phenomenal relationship with them. I've worked with their Internet Essentials program before I started my agency, moons ago. And one of the crazy things about them is that when they say, we really want to reach the Asian community, we really want to support them. This was before George Floyd. They've always been a progressive, innovative company, at least with the people that I've worked with here in New Mexico, right? Everybody's like, oh, I don't know. I'm like, okay, at least in New Mexico, they're very progressive and really working to work with us, right? And one of the things I think that was really crazy was that they said, we don't know how to access them, and we don't know how to find them. And I said, well, do you have API and NH individuals in your companies in the digital world, in digital leadership? Do you have any prominent leaders that are API NH? And they're like, no, not really. Well, we got to change that. That's part number one. So leadership within our partners is critical. And then number two, I said, what access do you have? Like, do you like your Internet Essentials program? Perfect example. How much of that content or how much of those resources are actually Asian translated? In New Mexico, Vietnam played an important role to the growth of the Asian community here, as well as the migration of teachers, which Filipinos, their export of labor is one of their critical pieces. And so, if you're looking at immigrant communities, the Vietnamese community, the Chinese community, and also the Filipino community needed access to the internet to communicate with their families overseas. And so we told them about Internet Essentials. They're like, well, we don't have the assets and the resources to even sell accessibility for digital resources. It wasn't even translated in this language. So those are the things I think that are the major challenges in terms of partnerships, and that the API NH community is facing, is that we are oftenly noticed as the model minority, right? We change perceptions, we change our generational wealth or lack of wealth through going into professions that are so aggressive in educational nature, right? And in New Mexico, we're also the minority to the minority, which is crazy, because we are a minority majority state. Hispanic is number one, number two, Native American, Black number three, Asian number four in terms of population size. So even in the Asian community here in New Mexico, we're still underutilized, and not noticed, because there are not visible partnerships and organizations that can speak on language access. So I think if I was to talk about and to kind of hand it back to you, Miss Kathy, what are some of the challenges, biggest changes, lesson learned? I would say I'll start off that question for you. I think the biggest lesson learned is the fact that we all need to learn how to open our eyes and look at language access and look at where our communities gather, as some of the panelists have already said. And also, most importantly, recognize the fact that just because a model community is on the higher spectrum of wealth doesn't mean the other part of that community is suffering with lack of access, lack of capital, lack of resources, and lack of understanding because of communication and language. So I hope that segues into your next question very well.
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Yeah, I would like to hear from others in the group. What are you hoping your next steps? What's the future for your work, and some of the cons or the barriers that have been coming out in the discussion? How are those to be overcome?
I think I can jump in if that's okay. What I would offer is a metaphor for overcoming barriers, which is like try not to stare at the windshield wiper blades. Imagine that we're driving through a storm, and when you're driving and you're an occupant, you can easily focus on the blades that go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But when you do that, you miss the road ahead. You miss what's happening around on the street. You miss those potholes, right? And I think that oftentimes, and that links back to the challenges of a CBO or an ACRE organization, is when you're in a leadership position, as we all are, we gotta watch the wipers, right? And we also need others to help us see what's ahead. And so trying to overcome this balance of the duality that not just comes with having multiple roles and multiple hats in different places, but even just trying to focus on what are the goals and where is it that you're headed, really does require that partnership. So one lesson learned for me has been the importance of partnerships, the importance of people who share the vision, the importance of having not just one person in the driver's seat, but you got to have somebody riding shotgun next to you who really can see things ahead as you're focused.
Great. Other thoughts?
Can you repeat the question again? I just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
Yeah, just sort of what's the future? I mean, we've talked about what's helped your organization succeed, but also some of the barriers. How, what are your next steps for the future, and how are you going to overcome those barriers?
I want to answer I'm gonna answer that, but I also wanted to tie in a comment that change doesn't happen overnight. Someone said that on the panel. I'm gonna push back on that one because, and then I'm gonna answer the question. That is, I disagree with that. I disagree that we cannot have the resources that we need to do the work, whether it's food and secure networks or the intersection of food and secure networks and digital access, right? Our telehealth and the intersections of having like our public schools fully funded, right? Because everything for people of color is always intersectional. We don't get the opportunity just to focus on one issue. When we want to do things in this country, we do them. We all of a sudden a pandemic happened, and all of a sudden we got billions of dollars to deal with the digital divide. That didn't take a long time. But anytime we're talking about like funding or supporting community organizations created by people of color, we must wait. We must have time. We must plan. It is actually demoralizing when you think about it, that time can be an oppressive concept even unto itself for people of color organizations. And so when I think about what is the future is that we're getting the BEAD and DA monies. That's the future. That's the now. And I don't mean it. I mean it as visceral as I said it to all of my former CDEC. I used to be on this committee, y'all. Not on it anymore. But we are getting the money for our institutions at this moment, right? And so when I think about the African American churches that we work with, and we work with so many, it has been a growth process over the last 3 years. But now I have to like turn people away because I can't touch every church and I have to go through their denominational because it's right now, is that we are preparing them. Yolanda, to your point, I don't think you have to know everything that needs to be known that a Dr. Gantz or others may know about like fiber or connectivity. They just need to know who is your state broadband officer, why is it important to your community to tell the story of digital equity, and why you should be on a task force or a listening service. And organizations, our people of color created anchor institutions, we prepare the work, we dig the ground and let them walk in it. And so for me, it is like the now is the money. Why? Because all of our larger consulting firms in this country, whether it's Deloitte or McKinsey or Brookings or whatever, they're all advocating and saying that they can create plans and a future in an automated world, right, through BEAD and DEA, because they know community and they know digital equity. They do not know it. We do. And so I think part of the challenge and the work that we have to do as community organizations is that we have to. I am really tired. Today has been a very long day, so forgive me for being overly passionate about this moment. I would just simply say the time is now. We don't have to wait. And if they say we have to wait, and then Yolanda, you go to the other component of what Counterpublics and your amazing research that you do, you organize people to confront states. Full stop. Yes. That is where we are at this moment. When we think about like Lyndon Johnson, Great Society, and what happened, they had to jump over Southern racism, and so they had to organize people within communities in the state to push again to get the resources that they needed for their communities. This is no different when we think about states who don't want to talk about digital equity, like Georgia. Just thoughts. It's been a long day. I know my boss is like, Fallon, get your life together. But the truth of the matter is, we have a critical, this is bipartisan funding that we may never get in any known time. And so we, as people of color who created and lead these organizations, we must be strategic and we must be fast over the next 9 months to lock down opportunities and funding for our community and our work. So that's what I'm looking forward to, because our churches are going to do it. We'll partner with you, but we're going in.
All right.
As the church would say, we're going in.
We're going in.
And Kathy, I'll keep mine really short. I'll keep it till 30 seconds. So unlike some of the other communities that all of you represent, New Mexico is very small. Like I said, less than 20 to 30,000 people represent the API&H community. So my recommendation is, what's the next step, is to actually empower the future of your communities of color, to open their eyes and open their ears into different industries like digital communications, like broadband, like engineering, in telecom, et cetera, and uplift those that are of that descent or of that culture to better understand. That's what we had to do at ABC, is that you can actually be very successful and not have to get a degree necessarily in health or in legal, et cetera. Like, empowering our young people to realize it's totally okay to be successful while you open up your business. The other thing I was going to mention too is another barrier, another thing that we have to do in terms of digital equity is actually encourage more people within corporations, within state and also federal government, to step into positions of power. So that way people like myself are not having to put the load. I have 2 to 3 jobs. That's not okay. Somebody else should be stepping up in terms of leadership and stepping up. For example, New Mexico has a new broadband bill, and a new broadband, I'm sorry, it's not 30 seconds, a new broadband department based out of New Mexico, because we have rural challenges of access to land. And so having an Asian American on some of these great, like you said, Fallon, like these task forces, these cabinet secretaries, having more Asian people have a presence in government, I think, is really critical. And thank you again for the opportunity to be on this panel. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Jake or Adam, any final comments?
Yeah, I mean, I would just note that for us in particular, and where our organization is not one who is explicitly working in on the digital divide, but we are an interesting case study. We've actually had to reorient ourselves pretty hard because of the lack of access to digital resources in the communities that we are serving. So primarily we're in communities with relatively low tax bases, that have poorly funded public school systems, that have limited access to technology, limited access to really strong art courses, to AP subject matter, et cetera. So for us, the future of our engagement with the digital world and the ability for that we're going to be able to have in preparing the students we work with to enter the workplace and take advantage of all the technologies that the populations in power are able to take advantage of from a really young age. That's a major issue for us that we are really struggling to overcome right now. And I mean, all of the issues that have been addressed already are essentially at the core of ours as well, so I'm not going to repeat them, but it is intersectional. It has to do with transportation, it has to do with food insecurity, it has to do with parents having to have multiple jobs and not being able to drive and support their kids after school activities. It has to do with Wi-Fi in the rural areas that we're working in. So yeah, that's probably good for.
Thank you, Jake. Adam, anything?
Absolutely. Well, first, to the rest of the panelists, and Kathy, thank you. I think the reality to be able to amplify the desire of our community to want better in all aspects of our lives it's incredibly important. And I think I'm going to keep it honest, as I tried anywhere that I go, which is sometimes difficult when you're leading organizations, because it can be portrayed as not building the bridge. But the truth is, digital divide, whether it was people kept saying, as an educator, I'm a third, fourth grade, 6th, 11th grade teacher taught during COVID. The truth is, whether we had the technology or not, there's a big achievement gap that we're not addressing. Now we have a computer to not be able to know how to do our homework. Now we have internet to not be able to know how to solve the math problem. And I think a lot of times it's the lack of communication within the stakeholders of our ecosystem that don't know how to connect the resources to the people who need them, but then allow them to understand it's just not the tangible resource, but the actual process of being able to get something done. And I think I don't mean to end in a sad or negative tone, but it's just the truth that we have had to have even more uncomfortable conversations. We have to continue to advocate and address at the end of the day the education outcomes, because I think once you empower families and a community to be able to think for themselves, they will be able to advocate for themselves. And that's a power shift that with the network that we can constantly are working towards to. And although it's going to be difficult, I know all of us are going to continue to try because that's what it's about. So thank you so much, and I hope you guys have a great rest of the day.
Yolanda, did you have a real quick comment? We are technically over time. You're on mute, Yolanda.
Just real quick, I do appreciate so much that you brought up the achievement gap. I want to push on that a little and say, without opportunity, you won't be able to achieve. And for me, I think about the opportunity gap. Within the state of Minnesota, we are performing at the every single variable when it comes to the black and white divide, achievement divide. And so really, if you don't have an opportunity to be educated, if you don't have an opportunity to access those resources, then you can't expect us to, want to, as a community serving organization, to push on that level of achievement that is necessary and is needed. So I just want to really encourage those of us on this panel to really think not just within our own lane, but beyond our lane, and see how this is impact across the board. So thank you very much. It's just been really a great way to kind of think about in the workday. So thank you.
Thank you all. Nahuja, I will turn it back over to you.
Well, that was simply wonderful. I think everyone understands why I said, why ever are we just hearing from them now? This is the kind of conversation we need to have more of, and it needs to be, at a national level. We've heard from committed experts who are working in their community every day. Now it's time to walk through a review of what we've learned today and consider questions that have been raised. It's my pleasure to turn the mic over to Charlene Stanbury, who is Vice President of Governmental Relations at the National Association of Broadcasters, and to Chris Wood, who is the leader of this Diversity and Equity Working Group. Chris, Charlene?
Well, thank you so much, Nahuja. It's been a pleasure being under your leadership. So thank you for everything that you've done for Workstream 3. I know that we're running a little bit late, which is good because that means everyone's on fire and it's so much energy and things that we've gotten from our discussion today. But just wanting to kind of circle back and just touch on some key points. The purpose of talking about non-traditional anchor institutions is because they are organizations that have a pulse on the community. So when we think about digital upskilling and digital literacy, we want to know what the community needs are. We heard a lot from Dr. Gant today, who
You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Do I need to start back over?
It cut out about a minute.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So thank you, Chris. So as we're working with technology, you see that technology will do whatever it wants to do sometimes. So, just wanted to circle back, and we heard from Dr. Gant, who spoke with us about the importance of assessing, learning, and sustaining digital upskilling in our communities. He spoke a lot about the need of having collaboration between different nonprofits. So creating a collaborative to think about what are some funding opportunities that are out there, what are some grant proposals, and which organizations, particularly community organizations, can gather together to get funding. He also talked about the key purpose, right? We're trying to improve access to information and technology for everyone. And we also want to create a workforce and a pipeline exactly from that need of gaining access to information, gaining access to technology. From our wonderful panel that we had representatives from the education sphere, architecture, business, learning and development. And we learned that the key mode to success is just when you're no longer needed. When a program has truly succeeded, we've created a pipeline of people in digital upskilling and digital literacy. They spoke a lot about the different partners that are out there, whether it's churches, whether it's parents, whether it's teachers, whether it's after school programs, hair salons. I like to get my hair done. Those are different spaces in which they have a pulse on what the community needs are. And just lastly, in closing, I just want to emphasize that we're here talking about all the different programs and all of the best practices and solutions and some obstacles because of the resources that also the FCC has. So, just wanting to pub the ACP, the Affordable Connectivity Pilot Program. Make sure you go to fcc.gov to get more information about it, because as community organizations, there are outreach grant opportunities through this program to facilitate getting the word out about discounts for broadband access for families that may come from underserved communities, and then also teaching those families how to sign up actually for those different programs. So I'm going to give it back to my colleague, Chris, but the one thing that I learned, the acronym that I have in my head is CPC, collaboration, partnership, and connectivity. And I think that those are the three things that we learned about today.
It's a fantastic recap. Before I kind of go into my part, I did want to take a moment to bring on the chair of the CEDC, Heather Gate, who has been with us all day, and most importantly has supported us through this entire process. So I'm going to turn it over to my esteemed colleague and our amazing chairwoman for the CEDC, Heather Gate.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you to all the panelists and speakers. What a wonderful day. I am truly inspired. One thing I wanted to point out is that it is not a mistake that this conversation began with a discussion about upskilling and the future of work. It is not a mistake that we ended up talking about non-traditional anchor institutions. The reason why that is really important to me is that these non-traditional anchor institutions, as Dr. Wilson talked about, have been doing this work for a really long time. They've been doing this work through grit, through conviction, through understanding the needs of the communities that they work in. And therefore, today, as we look ahead at BEAD and DEA funding, what better time to bring them to the forefront so that they can be recognized for the work they do. Not only recognized by the work they do, but have an opportunity, a real opportunity to participate in this historic time that we keep talking about. It is very important that they are brought to this platform and have an opportunity not only to qualify for funding, not as a partner, but on the merit of their own. Now, Dr. Gant said something interesting. That the first thing we need is good vision. We need good vision, not only at a corporate level, but at a nonprofit level, and also as a country. because without vision, we will suffer from the failure of imagination when it comes to addressing barriers, to addressing the issues that are faced by disenfranchised people. And so, really, why are we not partnering with these places of worship and these cultural assets as we work towards this, as we work towards bridging the digital divide? I had a whole speech written, so I had to throw away my speech and really sort of echo what I heard today in terms of the passion of the last panel, in terms of really digging into making sure that we're reaching the people that are there and available to address some of the gaps in the workforce. And so I just want to end by thanking the whole working group for this tremendous task of bringing this conversation to this platform. And I do want to end up on two things. The BEAD and DEA funding will be released soon. Last week, the NTIA announced a period of comments. So I urge non-traditional take and make themselves heard and offer comments to the NTIA on what they're doing and the importance of them being considered in this digital equity. Second thing I do want to point out is that we must continue to listen, must continue to work together with non-traditional. The third thing I want to do is make sure that this conversation is not end here. I urge Chris Wood and the working group to really make sure that when we find our that we make very strong big statements. On that note, Chris, I'd like to end on that note. Thank you. Thank the FCC and thank all the speakers and panelists for such a wonderful job. I look forward to continuing to share the video of the discussion, the networks, everybody. Make sure that everything is done. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your support and leadership. We will definitely take that under advisement and make sure that we are including it. I think as I took 15 pages of notes in pretty small text, I really wanted to summarize this. And one thing that I kept really pulling out of this is the spark that really ignites someone to engage in digital upskilling or engaging in a continued education to improve their own financial stability, their own opportunities for their family. And that has been throughout the entire conversation. It's really ensuring that people are enthused and that they are excited about it. And so really the time is now. And it began with Chairwoman Rosenworcel talking about the fact that there's no time better than now because of the directive that Congress laid out under the IIJA. And it's important that we're having these conversations now. And I hope that you see the incredible work this entire group put together. They really dug in. They really dug in to see exactly what was the next opportunity, the future of upskilling our workers. And it wasn't just about the youth, understanding that we're talking about the workers of today. Even on the first and second panel, we were looking at the ways that employers are engaging current workers and ensuring that we are providing opportunities to provide them upskilling opportunities within their companies, outside their companies, within their institutions and their community. And that the future of work is really hybrid. But also ensuring that we're including those youth and that those youth are exposed to newer technologies at the youngest ages possible so that they can see themselves in a future of that technology in future work. And by being exposed to that work, be exposed to those technologies, they have the opportunity to see themselves being the next inventor, creator. They have the runway to go ahead and be able to engage in those technologies in a way that if they weren't exposed at an early to engage, or they would have a much shorter runway to get there. It's important that public and private sectors are working together. And one word that we heard through that entire thing, through the entire day, is about non-traditional anchored institutions, non-traditional education opportunities, new and innovative ways to create partnerships between businesses, nonprofits, universities, local government, federal government. And really all of it drove down to the funnel and creating the funnel to ensure that we're filling the pipeline with a diverse perspective. We heard some areas that over 50% of workers today will need to somehow upskill their digital skills and provide themselves with some sort of education that is going to move them into the future. And I think we've all seen that over the news in the last couple months with the new innovations of AI, many of which have been in the works for 10 years. But we're just as a public society really hearing about it, or those that are not around technology as much are just hearing about those. So it's important to understand that we need to make sure that we're exposing not just our youth, but general society overall, providing the opportunities for tribal lands, for local governments to provide those opportunities for exposure and making sure that they're having the opportunity to really dive in and get their hands on the newer technologies. From New York, upper state New York to Miami and into the West Coast, I think it's important to ensure that we are, as many have said, meeting people where they are. And the last panel, Dr. Gant, as well as the last panel, really underscored the importance of ensuring that we're looking at organizations that are truly making a difference. They're pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, finding new ways to roll things out and connect with communities who traditionally were not connected. And I hope that if you're taking anything away from today, is that we need to meet people where they are. We need to meet society. We need to meet all of our communities and all of our individuals where they are, because ultimately at the end of the day, that will mean that our workforce, our technology, our companies, our communities, they will all be stronger in the end because they have a diverse reach, diverse opportunities, a diverse perspective. And so thank you so much for taking the time with us today. And with that, I will turn it back over to our DFOs, Jamila Best-Johnson and Diana Coho. Thank you so much. And let me say thank you so much, Jamila and Diana, for all of your support. I know that your work is not always seen, but let me tell you, these ladies have done an amazing amount of work in helping us get to this point. So hats off to you and thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Chris, and for your remarks, and thank you, Chair Heather Gate, for your remarks and for joining us today. Wow, we've had a fantastic conversation today, and I just want to personally, on behalf of the FCC, thank all of the subject matter experts who joined us. We owe you a debt of gratitude for helping us to understand the complexity of the future of work and how dense this ecosystem really is and how much we need to pay attention to it now. So we thank you for joining us today and helping to educate us, because this is what we all need to do, to educate ourselves, to move the ball forward. We want to thank Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel for joining us at the beginning of the program to help launch it with her insightful comments and for all of her support of everything that the CEDC is doing. Thank you, Chairwoman. We want to thank Chris Wood, who is the tireless chair of the Diversity and Equity Working Group, literally put this program on his back and carried it across the finish line. So we just thank you, Chris, for your leadership. And a program like this does not get done with just one or two people. So I want to go through the names of the working group members who are responsible for this fantastic program. Antonio Tijerino, Rosa Mendoza, Ama Nahuja, Mona Thompson, Charlene Stanberry, Melody Span Cooper, Dr. Kathy Schubert, Jenna Alsea, and Bridget Daniel Corbin. You all brought a wonderful forum to the FCC today, and we want to thank you for your efforts. Thanks also to Diana Coho, my colleague from the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. As some of you know, Diana is somewhat new to this initiative at the FCC, but my, what a worker bee. So we just thank you, Diana, for the great work that you have done in helping to pull this program together today. And of course, we would not be able to do these sorts of things on our virtual platform at the FCC without the absolutely wonderful and skilled tech team. And that is Jeff Reardon, Steve Balderson, and Greg Huff. And we thank you all, and we value you, and we appreciate you. I also want to thank my boss, Media Bureau Chief Holly Sarr, for helping to facilitate today's program, and her management team, and everything that we need. They make sure that we have it right away. Thank you very much. Lastly, I want to invite you all to join us on March 23rd. We'll be having another convening on lessons learned during the pandemic about broadband access, adoption, and affordability. Promises to be a very invigorating conversation, much like today's. If you'd like to stay abreast of what the CEDC is doing, please visit our website at www.fcc.gov. And until March 23rd, we say take care. See you soon.